Dear participants, please take your seat as we are about to begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seat. Participants, please take your seat. Good morning. A very warm welcome back, everyone. As we commence, please allow me to begin by acknowledging and celebrating the first Australians, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, from whose traditional lands the ANU campus rests, and pay our respects to the elders past and present. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to Session 5, Local Politics and Governance. I'm Nisa from the School of Culture, History and Language here at the Australian National University. I'll be chairing this session today. I hope you all feel fresh, tidak terlalu capek, not too tired after an amazing first day of the update. Right, each speaker will present for 20 minutes, and I'm honored to introduce our 3 distinguished speakers. We have Dr. Yoes Kenawas, a political scientist from Atma Jaya Catholic University, Jakarta. And we have Dr. Hana Satriyo, a senior development professional from the Asia Foundation. And we have also Dr. Hippolytus Wangge, an incoming lecturer at University Science Malaysia. Congratulations on your new position, Mas Hippo. And Mas Hippo is also our alumnus of our college here at ANU. Again, congratulations. Right. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Dr. Yoes Kenawas.
Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for coming to this panel on a cold Saturday morning in Canberra. I would like to thank Sana and Eve for inviting me to this prestigious forum. And my name is Yoes Kenawas, and in today's session, I will deliver my presentation on the ascendancy of the Jokowi dynasty. In several media interviews in mid-2018, President Jokowi said that his 2 sons, Gibran Rakabuming Raka and Kaisang Pangarep, were not interested in entering politics. And both Gibran and Kaisang also stated that they have no interest in taking part in politics and more into pursuing their business in culinary. Gibran at the time was a catering entrepreneur in Solo, and Kaisang, who had just finished college, was a banana chip and fashion apparel seller. As you can see on the screen, the first 3 quotes are some of their comments regarding the son's interest in entering politics. I deliberately did not translate Kaisang's comment because it is much more interesting presented in Bahasa. And Kaisang basically said, this is no longer the time to ask your parents for projects, you old fogey. See, it is more interesting to say it in Bahasa, dasar ndeso. A comment that, if we relate to these recent events in Indonesia, feels really ironic. However, as we all know, 2 years later, two members of Jokowi's family ran for the 2020 regional elections. Gibran ran in Solo, and Jokowi's son-in-law, Budy, competed in Medan. Both won and became mayors in Solo and Medan respectively, and their victory was historic because for the first time in Indonesia's history, relatives of a sitting president were elected as regional heads. This event also marked the formation of Jokowi's political dynasty. Political dynasty here I define as a family-based political organization that aims to secure, maintain, and expand power position where the core members are tied by the relationship of blood or marriage. 3 years later, Jokowi solidified his dynasty when Gibran ran as a VP candidate and won elections with Prabowo Subianto. Again, for the first time in the Republic's history, a family member of a sitting president won an election at the national level. My paper for Indonesia Update basically asks two questions. First, how did Jokowi build his dynasty, especially in the process of dynastic succession at the national level? And second, what are the similarities and differences between dynasty making at the subnational and national level? I argue that Jokowi's dynasty making pattern at the national level was actually not too much different from the dynasty making at the subnational level. It's just that Jokowi's dynasty making at the national level is performed on steroids. Dynasty making at both the subnational and national level essentially rests on 4 pillars. First, driving institutional change. Second, exploiting political parties' interests. Third, exploiting the voters' indifference toward dynastic politics. And lastly, leveraging the unrestrained abuse of state resources. Let me explain. To understand the emergence of Jokowi dynasty, we must look at the encroachment of political dynasties in the past 10-15 years. Dynastic politics is a relatively new feature in Indonesia's political landscape after the fall of the new order in 1998, and my research found that the number of dynastic politicians who won elections between 2010 and 2020 continued to increase. So if you look at the figure on the screen, the number of dynastic politicians who won elections at the subnational level increased quite sharply from 2015 onwards. Only 40 dynastic politicians won Pilkada between 2010 and 2013, and in contrast, between 2015 and 2018, a total of 137 dynastic politicians won regional elections. Assuming that the subnational units that held elections between 2015 and 2018 were the same set as those between 2010 and 2013, then it means that the number of dynastic politicians in office at the subnational level grew more than threefold within just one election cycle. This increase coincided with the term limits of incumbents elected in the previous election waves, and politicians who learned that power expansion can be done through dynastic politics also contributed to the increase of dynasticism at the subnational level. So against this backdrop, Jokowi built his political dynasty. In 2020, Gibran and Budy were elected in Surakarta and Medan, as I mentioned earlier, along with 70 others dynastic politicians who won subnational elected office in other areas. So how do dynastic politicians, including Jokowi, establish their political dynasties? So first, they seek for an institutional change to be able to continue competing in elections. At the subnational level, dynastic politicians did what political scientists call institutional conversion. Institutional conversion is essentially a reinterpretation of existing formal rules by utilizing their loopholes, and formal rules are then redeployed for new goals, functions, purposes, according to the interests of dynastic politicians. In this context, dynastic politicians at the subnational level carried out institutional conversion in response to the introduction of the anti-dynasty clause in the 2015 regional elections law. The anti-dynasty clause basically prohibited family members of incumbents from running in local elections unless there has been a gap of one period. Several dynastic politicians who were threatened with this clause then challenged this clause through the Constitutional Court because, according to them, the clause was deemed discriminatory and obstructed their political rights as citizens and therefore contradicting democratic principles. The court unfortunately agreed and canceled the clause on the grounds that it did not provide legal certainty, it is discriminatory, and the restriction should be applied to incumbents who abuse their authority, not to the family members of the incumbents. With this cancellation, there is no formal rule in restricting dynastic politicians from running in local elections. At the national level, the Jokowi dynasty also made an institutional change. However, this time, the institutional change strategy pursued was called layering. Institutional layering is the addition of new rules on the top of existing ones that change how the original rules shape actor behavior. In this context, the court Chief Justice Anwar Usman, who is also Jokowi's brother-in-law and Gibran's uncle, played an important role in lobbying other judges to change the minimum age limit for presidential and VP candidates. The rule that initially required a presidential or VP candidate to be at least 40 years old was changed to a minimum age of 40 or has or is currently holding an elected office. With this change, Gibran can run for VP in the 2024 presidential elections, and had it not been for Anwar serving as Chief Justice, I doubt this article change would have happened. Nevertheless, in both cases, dynastic politicians, both at the local and national level, actively sought to change the institutions so that they could run in elections. This is the first step to build a political dynasty. Once the rules that restrict dynastic politicians from forming political dynasties are removed, the next step is to exploit the interests of political parties and, in Gibran's case, Prabowo's interest to win elections. I know the Lion King soundtrack, Circle of Life, may be playing in your head right now, but set it aside for a while and let me elaborate this point further. So there's a symbiotic mutualism between dynastic politicians and political parties. Dynastic politicians need parties as a vehicle to compete in elections, although at the subnational level there's an option to run as an independent candidate. Running with the endorsement of political parties is considered much simpler and cheaper. On the other hand, for political parties, nominating dynastic candidates is attractive for two reasons. First, dynastic candidates have the inherited incumbency advantage, and these include brand name advantage, office perks, network connection, and access to financial resources for campaign financing. These advantages partially solve the problems faced by political parties in Indonesia, such as the lack of funding and the difficulty of finding popular candidates with strong political machines for elections campaign. This situation is further worsened by decision-making within political parties that often occurs in the black box and driven by the logic of electability. The second reason is that these dynastic politicians have proven to be effective vote getters, especially in legislative elections. For example, 4 out of 10 legislators with the highest votes in 2019 and 2024 elections are dynastic politicians. Also, 23% of legislators elected in both elections are dynastic politicians, and their vote share can result up into 2 legislative seats. So the convergence of interest between dynastic politicians and political parties is what then provides a red carpet for politicians who are ambitious to perpetuate their power by forming political dynasties. At the national level, we can observe the same phenomenon. Gibran's nominations as a VP candidate is inseparable from Prabowo's ambition, who had repeatedly lost the presidential elections. As Marcus mentioned in his last article in Contemporary Southeast Asia, Prabowo has asked Jokowi 4 times to make Gibran his VP candidate. Prabowo realized that Jokowi's high approval rating would definitely have an electoral effect on the candidate he endorsed, and there's no better way to secure Jokowi support than to partner with Gibran. Also, the political parties in the Advanced Indonesia Coalition, or KIM, which at that time was still trying to nominate its candidate to be Prabowo's VP, were also able to find a middle ground when the candidate who was then proposed was Gibran. These electoral interests meet Jokowi's interests, who want to secure his influence and legacy after he stepped down from the presidency. So basically everybody's happy, I mean the elite. And once institutional barriers are removed and party nomination tickets are secured, the next thing is to exploit the Indonesian voters' indifference towards dynastic politicians. Indonesian voters are indifferent and even tend to tolerate dynastic politics, and this is a serious alarm for Indonesia's democracy. Dynastic politicians at the subnational level and Jokowi are well aware of this reality, and they exploit it to gain support from voters in election. So before the 2020 elections, regional elections, with the help of Indonesian Survey Institute, I conducted a national survey asking the tendency of Indonesian voters to vote for dynastic politicians. And to my surprise, the majority of the respondents, those who chose 6 to 10, showed a tendency to vote for relatives of incumbent or former office holders. 24.9% of them are in what I call the indifferent zone, where they do not necessarily vote for dynastic politicians, but also do not reject them. This finding debunked the previous surveys, which found that the majority of Indonesian voters reject dynastic politics. Of those said that they would likely vote for dynastic politicians, 35.9% stated that they evaluated the performance of the incumbents, and another 18.2% stated that they considered the legacy candidates' family reputations as the basis to vote for dynastic politicians. These two qualities, incumbents' performance and reputations, are two qualities that can be easily engineered during election times, among others through the provision of social assistance. At the national level, the indicator survey in October-November 2023 also showed similar findings. While 39.2% of respondents said they were quite worried about dynastic politics, 42.9% said they were indifferent, and another 9.6% said they were not worried about dynastic political practices. In this figure, you can also see that concerns about dynastic politics decrease and indifferent attitude increase after the announcement of Gibran as Prabowo's VP candidate on October 22nd. This roughly coincided with the narrative developed by political elites at the time, including by Jokowi, which tried to normalize dynastic politics. And as you can see in this figure, this narrative of normalizing dynastic politics gained some support, where 52.6% of the respondents stated that dynastic politics is not a problem as long as they are still elected by the people, and only 36.3% stated that dynastic politics will undermine Indonesia's democracy even if the people directly elected them. The discourse on the dangers of dynastic politics is also considered an elite issue. The indicator survey also showed that only 52.2% of the respondents had heard news about the court's decision regarding the minimum age limit, and ironically, of those who knew about the decision, 63.2% said they agreed with the decision. This kind of electorate makes it easy for dynastic politicians, including Jokowi, to nominate their relatives in elections. I think Jokowi was also aware that although Gibran's candidacy was ethically problematic, his chances of winning the elections were quite high, given the low resistance of the public to dynastic politics. Finally, once institutional barriers are removed, party tickets are secured, and there's little electoral resistance, political dynasty formation at the subnational and national level exploit the difficulty of proving abuse of state power and electoral fraud. To be sure, this situation is not only exploited by dynastic politicians, because non-dynastic politicians also take advantage of it. The Constitutional Court required solid material evidence to prove the existence of electoral fraud, and that is structured, massive, and systematic. But in fact, the majority of the electoral fraud is very difficult to prove, let alone to show that it is structured, massive, and systematic. An analysis of a registered subnational elections dispute between 2008 and 2022 shows that only 83 out of 1,136 election disputes were granted by the court. Almost all registered disputes concerning, among others, electoral fraud, including money politics, distribution of social assistance, mobilization of the authorities, and impartiality of the election organizers, were dismissed. Of those 83, only a handful resulted in the ouster of candidates who had won the elections. Most only resulted in revoting at several polling stations. The difficulty of proving election fraud also occurred in the 2024 election. Yesterday, Eve, Sana, and Sydney have talked about pre-election intervention, including what they aptly called as retail welfare and wholesale coercion. These include the involvement of the state apparatus to win Prabowo Gibran or the disbursement of various social assistance ahead of the 2024 election, which branded as Bansos Jokowi. The problem then, it is extremely difficult to prove a direct causal relationship between this intervention and Prabowo's Gibran victory. Jokowi understand and utilize this condition to smooth Gibran's victory and to ensure the continuation of his dynasty. So to conclude, the ways in which Jokowi built his political dynasty share many similarities with dynasty formation at the subnational level. Both dynasty making at the national and subnational level really rest on four pillars that I have explained earlier. These conditions actually show how vulnerable Indonesian democracy has been to elite cooptation in the last 25 years. Continuing dynastic formation both at the national and subnational level further contributes to Indonesia's further democratic backsliding, a topic that 5 years ago was the main theme of Indonesia Update. So Jokowi is certainly not the first one to form a political dynasty. However, what Jokowi is doing, in my opinion, is far more dangerous than dynastic politicians at the subnational level because he, as the head of state, is normalizing a highly corrupt practice that goes against the ideals of democracy and the 1998 Reformasi. If this trend continues, Indonesia is certainly at the brink of becoming what political scientists call a dynastic democracy, or dynastic competitive authoritarianism. We'll figure out later. Certainly, there are some limits to dynasty formation. Two that I can think of are inter-elite competition and, more importantly, the presence of resistance from civil society, as we saw a couple weeks ago through the Kawal Putusan MK action. So, thank you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yoes Kenawas, for an excellent presentation. Now I'm pleased to welcome our second speaker, Ibu Dr. Hana Satriyo. Ibu Hana, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining our session this morning on the second day of the Indonesia Update Conference. It's a privilege to be here. First of all, I would like to thank the Indonesia Project and the Indonesia Update convener, Eve and Sana, for inviting me to this year's update. It's good to be back in Canberra. The last update I attended was in 2009 when I discussed the gender aspect of local politics and election. And today I will discuss the other aspects of Jokowi administrations that we have been evaluating since yesterday, the center-regional relations. So this is how I'm going to present today's discussion. First, I will provide an overview of the development of decentralization policies, followed by a discussions on the shift to re-centralization trend of the institutional arrangement. Second, I will discuss the contestation between the central government and local government's development priorities. And finally, we will look at Jokowi's approach to local politics and how it influenced the quality of Indonesia's democracy. So, okay, let's begin with the overview of the decentralization policies and institutional arrangement. Decentralization was one of the most significant changes in Indonesia's governance structure since Reformasi. So it has changed the relationship between the central and regional governments in Indonesia. Decentralization is governed by both the regional government laws and the fiscal decentralization law. So these are the regional autonomy laws. So the central government decentralized three forms of authority, actually, political, administrative, and fiscal. So Indonesia's Big Bang decentralization removed the hierarchical relationship between the provincial government and the district level government and transfer powers and authority all the way to the district level. So, and at the same time, the fiscal decentralization provided greater resources for the provincial government and local government through three main mechanisms. So we have the general allocation funds, or the dana alokasi umum, the specific allocation funds, and also the tax and non-tax revenue sharing funds, the dana bagi hasil. And since its inception in 1999 to date, regional autonomy laws has gone through several changes, which I will get back to that more detail later. The significant changes also that happens a lot happens in 2014. So in 2014, the government issues the law number 6, 2014 on villages. So this law grants greater autonomy to the lowest level of government. This policy involves significant financial resources transferred to more than 74,000 villages in Indonesia. And this is a new chapter for the country's decentralization agenda, recognizing village as a self-governing bodies. So in 2014, village laws established a legal and financial foundations for the village to contribute to Indonesia's rural development and with the hope of institutionalizing principles of participation and accountability. But it also means that you have funds all the way to the village level. And it's not without issues. So there's a lot of issues on the delegations of functions to the village, and it's not really fully clarified. The other one was law number 23, 2014, and this marked a major step towards a clearer divisions of labor and responsibilities between the central and the regional government. And it's divided by three urusan affairs. So the absolute affair, so those of us here maybe already know, so there are the matters of foreign policy, defense and security, the judiciary, the monetary, and the fiscal affairs and religion are not decentralized. And this is important to note because a lot of you might hear how the local government like to issue regulations on religion, but actually it's not within their authority. So there's a general government affair where under this responsibility, it's actually the sole responsibility of the president, but it can be delegated to the regional head. And this is also an important note because then the governor or the bupati, the wali kota, even to the village level can act when the president asks them to perform this general governance affair. And the last one is the concurrence effort. And this is most common to all of us where the responsibilities are shared. So, yeah. Now, let's talk about this conversations that we have on the re-centralization, the shift to re-centralizations. I would like to discuss this because with some speaker yesterday also touched about the re-centralization. Re-centralization is a broad terminology that refers to the act of reassigning responsibility from the lower level government to the higher one, either the province or the national above them. And it's actually does not always mean a bad thing, because remember that we decentralized kind of radically in 1999, and some authorities are predicted to be given back to the higher level because it wasn't clear and it wasn't sure, and then we're allowed to reflect. And this is effort, one of those reflections. So effort to increase the effectiveness of decentralization were also made by reducing this autonomy of the regional government. So this happened not under Jokowi, but also the last three presidencies. So under Megawati, she issues the law number 32, 2004, it clarified the role and power of the provincial government. It stated that the governor should monitor and build the capacity of the kabupaten or the city. So the law strengthened the control over lower government by introducing the requirement to perform this supervisory function. And this function also particularly in the area of implementations of the national and macro level policy. They're expected to monitor, evaluate, and provide consent or objection of local regulations. And this includes budget, levies, taxes. So that's why we start seeing some kabupaten or kota cannot just issue sort of taxes. Under SBY, there's also a gradual shift of the authorities from the lower level to the higher level. The announcements of the Law 28 on the regional taxes and levies, and also the Second Amendment of the regional government that finally issued in 2014. And the law authorized the governor to evaluate district levels, long-term and medium-term development goals. So what happened under Jokowi then? So when Jokowi came to office in 2014, the implementations of the Law 23, 2014 on the regional government has just started. So Jokowi actually benefit from this at the end of SBY, and he doesn't have to do any of that. So under Jokowi, however, the most notable change in the decentralization regime was the nature of relationship between the Jakarta and the rest. So there's a lack of national regional consultation in the decentralization-related policy formulations. And this happened despite the instruction from our lawmaking laws. We have a law on the lawmaking, which requires this consultations. How that is possible, especially in the second term of Jokowi, because suddenly we have a COVID-19 pandemic. So during the COVID-19 pandemic in May 2020, Jokowi administration issues the law number 3, 2020 on the mineral and coal mining. So the law removed provincial government authority over mining licensing, monitoring, law enforcement, even the post-mining reclamation. And these are all important authorities given to the province back in 2014 as part of the re-centralizations then. So it's only been in effect for about 6 years. And we know, even though it already 6 years under the province, it's not really easy for province to suddenly do all of the mining licensings that previously from Kabupaten. And it's not something that you wanna give up easily. This is a major change after those authorities were given, and we can argue that the growing importance of the nickel and other minerals for Jokowi administration was one of the key driving force for this shift. The regional government, especially the provincial government, are not consulted, and after the law was enacted, the governor of Bangka Belitung actually went to court and tried to file a lawsuit all the way to the Constitutional Court to challenge that, but it was rejected. Still, within the pandemic, the second important one was the Omnibus Law on Job Creation. So the main re-centralizations element in this law was about the strategic national project or priorities, the Proyek Strategis Nasional. So the status saying that any project that were given the national strategic project status can overrule the subnational spatial plan. And so the law really undermined the environmental protections that were embedded in the spatial planning and the environmental assessment. And just focus on this because there's a lot of other issues with the omnibus law. Can go on and on about that. So during this time, now we have 6 governors, including the West Kalimantan and the East Java, that issues a public letter demanding the law to be annulled. The governors expressed concern also about labor's rights, reflecting concerns of the students, workers, because it's their own sort of local politics. Suddenly you have demonstrations, and that is things that caused by the national level policy. So the president responded by holding an online dialogue with all governors. Remind you, it's COVID, but continued with the plan. And that set the issue, set the ground for the contestations between the central government and local government contending priorities. So I will see the Jokowi's initial campaign commitment and then where we are now. So at the beginning, well, as we all know, Jokowi was the only national leader that moved up political ladder from mayor to governor to president, embodied the new type of leader. And there's a hope that he will brought presidency a prospect of governing the country with a deep awareness and understanding what the regionals need and then interest. So it started with campaign with the Nawacita, and in 2014 he introduced Membangun Indonesia dari Pinggiran, or developing Indonesia from the margins, as the approach. So during his campaign, Jokowi campaign in 2019, Jokowi's Indonesia Maju platform also touches this central regional relations. But this time it's focusing more on better synergy between the central and the region. So the focus include increasing capacity and also trying to increase the competitiveness and building the new economic centers. And we can see the focus on infrastructure development, economic development, and to some extent, social inclusion. In the infrastructure, yesterday we already hear him as the infrastructure president. He believes in the power of infrastructure as a recipe to fix Indonesia's problematic connectivity and support regional development. He was determined to push government's ability and finance to build roads, bridges. And I think we have the numbers yesterday that by the end of 2024 now, he has built over 2,000 kilometers of new roads, new toll roads, over 27,000 of roads, 50 ports and airports, which is linked to his campaign promises before that he wants to build the toll Laode, the sea tolls across Indonesia. And local government also benefit because now we have village roads across Indonesia. So, yeah. And, well, let me just script. On the social inclusion, surprisingly, during the Jokowi administrations and the ID card, the marginalized group can now put their local belief as their religion in the ID card. We also see the consciousness to support people with disability in the elections. And at the end, what we have is a lot of conflict and disguising of what we call as the margins. So the national strategic project really took precedence. By 2023, there are over 245 national strategic, and most of them are infrastructure. Some of them are not, and quite, even though I'm coming from the Tangerang Selatan, to me it's quite surprising that BSD is a national strategic plan as a biochemical campus, and PIC also as another national strategic. But not all local government are happy with the national strategic plan because not all of those projects are in line with their own program. We've seen some of them are able to push back, like the cancellations of a couple of toll roads in Aceh, for example. It was also why the local government are saying that we don't really don't need that. Those laws. And yesterday we hear also from Suraya the problem, the agrarian problem that we seen coming from the 245 national project. Out of that, we already have 73 agrarian conflicts related to that. And I would like to speak a bit more on this conflict because when we think about the conflict, especially the agrarian conflict, who are the victims? It's women and the marginalized groups. Since Omnibus Law has omit the AMDAL or the environmental impact assessment, which has two components, the environment and the social impact actually, that embedded within AMDAL. So the social impact assessment is no longer there. So it's no wonder, it's not a surprise, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that the national strategic project will be, it's by default will be problematic because it doesn't go through this assessment. And well, I'm running out of time, but I would like to talk a bit on the last one is really on capturing the local politics. So Jokowi understands the importance of controlling local politics to secure the national dominance, and especially in pursuing, I think he really believed that he would like to develop Indonesia from the margin, especially at the beginning, and use all of the means that he can sort of use to do this. So he spent his first term consolidating his political influence at the national level and intensifying attention to the local level during the second term. We can see here that his approach to local politicians and the local apparatus, the appointment of the acting heads of region in 2022 presented the central government with the opportunity to tighten its monitoring of local politics and the state apparatus. As Indonesia moved towards the simultaneous local election in upcoming November, about half of the Indonesian provincials and local government are now governed by acting head of region. Now we have 222 appointed head of region, 24 governor, 57 mayor. Thank you. And in general, there is no massive negative impact actually on the program implementation. Some new heads of the government change priorities, but most of them just follow the program as it is. But the acting heads of region presented the opportunity to revisit the ideas of eliminating direct election and promote the effectiveness of central government appointed officials in running local government. We see a statement by Tito that he wants to do a survey on how comparing the pages, the appointed and the elected, and those elected by Pilkada, who are among them more effective or efficient. So this is opening the discussion that was failed back in 2014 during the SBY. It's a significant, and this is also a period we see a significant numbers of local head of regions that were arrested. So we have 62 the past 2 years alone, and there's a fear of criminalization of them. Now, what we can expect in Papua, we can probably expect a similar approach to decentralization. Should probably view that decentralization will hinder his economic growth target, or he will recentralize authorities to the higher level should he follows the same kind of logic that Jokowi has done. And then we can expect also closer attention to the local politics as we see the current move of local parties during the nominations of heads of regions that's coming up in November. So I'll just gonna stop there. Sorry for overtime. Thank you.
Thank you. What a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much, Bu Hana. Finally, I'm pleased to welcome our last speaker, Dr. Hippolytus Wange. Please join me in welcoming Mas Hippo.
Thank you, Eva, for your kind introduction. So in December 2018, thousands of Duga people fled to Wamena, highland Papua, because of an armed conflict, including hundreds of children sitting against the wall of the church toilet to eat their lunch. Down the right, I guess. In 2019, anti-racism protests and unrest under the banner of Papuans are not monkeys got global attention and reinforced the global campaign of Black Lives Matter. Following the unrest, 5 young Papuans, including a young woman, were put on trial in Jakarta. It is also for the first time in the past 2 decades, an Indonesian was also at trial for advocating Papuan political aspirations in 2021. I was there to see the trial. In February 2023, an armed group led by a 24-year-old Papuan, Egyanus Kogea, who has historical connection with upcoming President Prabowo Subianto, I will talk this one briefly later on, kidnapped Philip Mertens from New Zealand in Duga and held him captive for almost 2 years. So how did we end up with these blurry pictures in the past decade under Pak Jokowi's administration in dealing with the conflict in Papua? Okay, so my name is Hippo again. I'm Indonesian from West Timor, not a Papuan. Will be part of USM Penang, Malaysia. So I begin my talk by acknowledging the Ngunawal and Ngambri people, traditional custodians of the land on which we gather this morning, and pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. So the Papua conflict is the focus of my talk. It's not a typical topic at Indonesia Update, especially compared to our fellows from the Pacific Studies last week in this very building. So I would like to thank the Indonesian Update and also for Sana and Eve for providing space for this topic. So humble rise of Jokowi through good public images in Papua, including frequent visits, infrastructure, and investment, and his trademark approach of dialogue. In his first term, he made interesting promises to allow foreign journalists to work in Papua and to resolve the 2014 shooting in Paniai that resulted in the deaths of 4 high school students. So it piqued interest of Papuans, many Papuans. But these promises were not fulfilled. It remains empty promises. Instead, his administration continued to focus on economic development, which many view as overlooking the broader issues, grievances faced by the Papuans. Regular visits play a symbolic role in showing care and part of public diplomacy for both domestic and international audiences, including here in Australia. Infrastructure projects such as the Sea Highway, Trans-Papua Highway, One Fuel Price Policy, food estates, Mother's Market, ports, airports, and yacht centers in Jayapura, Nabire, Manokwari, Sorong, Kaimana, Jaya, and Duga are all part of this effort. Investment is also a priority for Jokowi with projects like the food estates in Merauke and Kerom. However, these projects have overlooked indigenous interests in Papua. This has been the case in Merauke, where there has been tension between the Muyu and Marin people versus South Korea's company Korindo in recent days. Deforestation is a major issue in Papua. However, it's not a primary concern for Jokowi. You will receive the green light to cut down trees, capture, sell animals, bulldoze people as long as you can invest. Some of us Indonesians here probably may have seen the All Eyes on Papua campaign in July. That's a response to the problem. In the second quarter of 2022, both provinces in Papua have recorded growth, which were above a national growth. 3 key sectors driving this growth are transportation, logistics, and storage, with the majority of non-Papuans employed in these sectors. Despite this significant economic achievement, the question remains who benefits from the growth? Papua is still the country's poorest region and has the lowest human development index, including the lowest student enrollment rate relative to other provinces in Indonesia. Majority of indigenous Papuans live in highlands and mountainous areas and barely reap the benefits of economic growth. They also hardly encounter the state presence. And also in terms of democracy, the quality of democracy has been in constant decline, even though there is an autonomy law in place. The pretext for renewing the spatial autonomy law in 2021 and creating 4 new provinces in the following year was the backdrop of development alongside local elites' interests. These policies were initiated and implemented without meaningful participation from Papuans. While the AEST framework provided limited space to protect Papuan identity and express their interests, the state's actions have continued to disrespect and violate their dignity through various abuses. Instead of granting substantial power to reduce conflicts and provide stability through effective self-government for minorities while maintaining the cohesion of the host state, the new AEST law in 2021 actually re-centralizes state authority over financial, institutional, and political matters in Papua. Additionally, it aims to co-opt Papuan youth to compete for financial support and bureaucratic positions and abandon political mobilization. So, but Jokowi's focus on development has not led to stability, but instead to increase discontent and dissent. Over the past 7 years, there have been a series of protests, including the 2019 anti-racism demonstration, as well as escalated violence in the highlands. So, where is it? I think this one. The discontent in Papua takes many forms of non-violent and also a violent armed struggle committed by the TPNPB, the West Papua Liberation Army, and its units. In Papua, a government's national ideology determines the political relationships between the state and non-state armed groups. The state's threat perceptions based on armed groups' different ideologies and political demands shapes the armed order in Indonesia's easternmost area. During the New Order period, it was a total warfare, series of military operation, but it has changed to containment since the early 2000s. In the past 7 years, the group, the TPNPB, has displayed a better organized response to the conflict. At least they have 3 crucial elements. The first one, weapons. The offensive capacity of the TPNPB since 2018 is mainly supported by increased possessions of weapons. We can see weapons like Norinco AK-2000P, M16-8 assault rifle, Leadgo, Steyr AUG, assault rifle, SS-1, and AK-47 are publicly seen and carried by the fighters. The greater TPNPB's possession of weapons and ammunition, the more likely the level of armed attacks increases in Papua. So the question is, one of the crucial questions is how they get an access to the weapons. From illegal trade with the military and police, confiscation, illicit supplies from Bougainville, PNG, Thailand, the Philippines, and other regions of Indonesia. They get money at least from 2 sources, from friends and families working from the government. The AEST fund are reportedly misused to support the armed campaign. Another source is Village Fund. They got this one from their connections. Some of them, the TPNPB fighters, also force village coordinators or locals to get access to the funds. Keep in mind also, in this kind of conflict situation, there is some sort of lucrative business regarding illegal weapons. Many actors are involved over the years. And access to weapons is combined with geographical condition. The rugged terrain and dense tropical forests in Papua provide a strategic advantage to the TPNPB units, allowing them to expand their scope of conflict and remain undetected against aerial attacks. They utilize their knowledge of the terrain to employ hit-and-run tactics to control their main bases. In fact, the Indonesian security forces are losing their grips to detect, mitigate, and deal with an intensified level of attacks from the TPNPB units in some areas in Papua. The second one is logistical support. A great number of local residents have been supporting the TPNPB. It is well known among Papuans. Not only financial support, but also they provide a place to live, foods, medicines, space to gather, and other things to support the operations of the armed groups. Another element which is crucial, youth militancy. Born out of the conflict and grew up with a constrained condition led the Papuan youth to carry over the armed resistance over the years initiated by previous generations as seen under the commanders of young men in Duga, Kogoya, or Tadeus Yogi in Paniai. Other commanders in other parts of Papua, Yaukimo, Star Mountain, Timika, they are also under 40 years old of age. Normally high commanders, many guerrilla fighters, foot troops are below 40 years old. It helps them to expand their operation outside their traditional strongholds, such as Kogoya's group in Duga collaborating with armed groups in Intan Jaya and Timika. Young leaders of the TPNPB units are highly mobilized to cover the area and launch quick attacks and response to counterattacks. So, how do the state respond to an escalation, a sustained level of violence? At least 3 crucial policies. The first one, terrorist labeling. Following the killing in 2018 in Duga and series of killing, national politicians and the National Counterterrorism Agency, BNPT, proposed to label TPNPB and its network, such as youth organization, local churches in Papua, as a terrorist group. Labeling of course, received criticisms since it will, to one point, justify more violent abuses by the state security forces to deal with Papuans. But it keeps going. Various names: KST, terrorist separatist group; KKB, already in place, armed criminal group; KKSB, armed separatist criminal group; KTP, Papuan terrorist group, and etc. Competing labels simply to make the police and the military relevant to deal with the armed groups and their networks in Papua. Ironically, Jakarta-based media amplify these labels, which relatively contribute to an escalation and discontent in Papua. Later on, the current TNI commander changed back the label to the OPM. The focus, for me, in my talk, the focus is the military, at least for 2 reasons. They have been at the forefront of suppressing separatist groups across Indonesia, including in Papua. Another reason is Jokowi's dependence on the military for political support, which has led to a lack of scrutiny over the rule in Papua, including human rights abuses. Another policy, the third one, is establishing more strategic commands in Papua. One of them launched or established in September 2019. It was a new Joint Area Defense Command 3, Koga Wilhelm 3, based in Biak. There are at least 2 primary functions. One of them is as the main strike force and early response system to deal with internal threats. Continued violence in Papua provides a pretext for Koga Wilhelm 3 to justify its relevance. But the problems on the ground is it complicates troops mobilization since there are other commanding authorities such as provincial and regional territorial commands, Kodam and Korem, responsible for controlling the deployment of ground troops in Papua. In some cases, Kodam is not aware of certain troops operating in its territory across provinces, like the case in 2019, 2020, when Kodam Chandrawasi didn't know some of ground troops operating in Yaukimo and Duga. The third policy involves a growing number of military deployments to address widespread violence in Papua. It is estimated that around 10,000 soldiers have been deployed annually from 2019 to 2023. Some scholars have noted that Papua is the most heavily militarized area compared to other provinces. 3 main duties for the non-organic soldiers coming out from outside Papua: conflict response, infrastructure protection, and border protection functions. Only in Papua you have these 3 functions. The problem is all of these have been underway with the transparency and accountability of formally declared military operations, which under Indonesian law involve scrutiny from civilian authorities. As a result of this conflict, at least in the past 7 years, is that there has been a significant number of internally displaced people. The UN, 2 years ago, estimates that around 100,000 people have been internally displaced, with many seeking refuge across Papua and even living in refugee camps in PNG away from their homeland. Unfortunately, this issue is not well known among Indonesians. The IDP in Papua are dealing with intergenerational trauma and have limited access to basic supplies and public services. My experience in assisting the IDP from Duga in Wamena back in 2019 show how challenging it is for vulnerable groups, including women and children, to live in huts and refugee camps where they lack access to food and water, face domestic violence, and have poor health conditions. In regencies such as My Brat, Intan Jaya, Star Mountain, Duga, Yaukimo, many IDPs are unable to return to their homes as their houses have been destroyed, their gardens and livestock wiped out or turned into security posts. There is also a state denial about the existence of the Papuan IDP. There is no specific regulation, national regulation regarding a Papua conflict or to deal with the effect of Papua conflict. There are two regulations in place, Law number 24, 2007 on natural disaster management and Law number 7, 2012 on social conflict management, but there is no specific on how to deal with Papuan political conflict. This also another kind of a legacy from Jokowi's administration. The increased state control over media, over how the media reports on Papua, with Jakarta-based media dominating the portrayal of the situation. The internet shutdown in 2019 following anti-racism unrest reflects an authoritarian measure to shut down anything perceived as a threat to government interests and images. Interestingly, social media in Papua has been utilized by political groups, including the TPNPB, not only to showcase their activities, but also to challenge the state's narratives on pressing issues in Papua. Okay. Sir, given this bleak condition in Papua, how do we see a prospect of conflict resolution under Prabowo in the next 5 years? Prabowo himself has a historical connection with Papua. 1996, he, as you can see in the picture, a gentleman, 40-year-old with the rank of Brigadier General, one-star general, and his Kopassus group, Special Force, launched an operation to release foreign and Indonesian researchers from the hands of an armed group led by Kalikwalik in Mapenduma, which is now a district in Duga, highland of Papua. However, this operation resulted in the killing of several indigenous Papuans by the Kopassus group. Some Duga people still vividly remember the events of 1996. Interestingly, Egyanos Kogoya, a current leader of a TPNPB unit in Duga, is the son of late Silas Kogoya, a current leader of a TPNPB unit in Duga. Silas was a right-hand man of Kwalik. Kogoya's upbringing with such stories partly motivated him to take up arms. If Prabowo, one day, if he met Kogoya, it will be a deja vu for him. This situation also presents a challenge, a time bomb for Indonesian security forces, as some children who were victims of the conflict in the 1970s, 80s, 90s are now some of them are taking up arms against the TNI and the police. This also raises a concern that children who are victims of today's conflict will become another generation of armed fighters in the future, 10, 20, or 30 years from now, perpetuating a cycle of violence. We don't know yet what kind of policy Prabowo will pursue to deal with the Papuan conflict. However, we do have some precedents. In some interviews, he has emphasized that national integrity and sovereignty come first. He has also stated that the conflict in Papua is about foreign intervention. In May, he asked Jokowi to provide more money to purchase advanced weapons, including drones and funds for special operation in Papua, to crush insurgent groups who have a geographical advantage. These statements indicate that he may implement more firm measures to address the conflict. And also there is a possibility, as many speakers have pointed out yesterday, the state agency could be politicized, resulting in inadequate scrutiny and check and balances from these agencies to control any potential misuse of power by the state and its security forces in Papua in the next 5 years. Given this scenario, we should expect, at least for me, more bloodshed in the next 5 years and no dialogue at all as a way to reduce tensions in Papua. To conclude, a decade of superficial development and escalated violence, Jokowi's humble profile with an all-development approach, but he still heavily relies on nationalist groups in the military, the government, and parliament to address Papuans' grievances. Papua remains a contested area of championing welfare policies without addressing political causes of the conflict. Jokowi's legacy is marked more by an escalation of conflict, better organized armed groups, refugees, and media restrictions, rather than his well-known trademarks of visits, infrastructure, and investment in Papua. So, coming down to this one. This slide shows a potential future of how the state deals with Papua. It shows a young man who will be an official face of Indonesia in the next 5 years, wearing sali, a traditional attire of Papuan women in Biak, Serui, and other coastal areas. He probably wants to respect a Papuan culture, but falls into a disrespectful gesture. This shows how the state has operated so far in Papua. Their thoughts and plans differ from their actions. As Papuans say, "Kau main lain, kau latihan lain tapi main lain." The way you train is different from the way you play. So I could not cover all other topics because of time constraint, but look forward to the discussions. And extend my welcome also to all the officers who are watching this PowerPoint. Hopefully you will make a good report to your boss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Masivo, for a great presentation. And thank you to all our wonderful panelists for your remarkable presentations. Right. We will now open the floor to questions. We will take 4 questions, alternating between the left side and also right side of the rooms. And just please state your name, your affiliation. I could say that like hands everywhere. State your name, your affiliation. Limit yourself to 1 question, only 1 question, and keep it very brief. Keep it very brief again. And also, we will take questions from our online audience. Please submit your questions via the Q&A chat box. Mas Rifki will take your questions and also will read them out. Okay, let's start with the right side. Gentleman in the blue, in the blue suit. We'll take 4 questions, and then after that, Ibu Soraya Afif.
I have a question for Pak Hippolytus. Rahman Yaakob from Laode Institute. But I understand the Indonesian Air Force recently transported Chinese contractor, Chinese equipment into West Papua. So my question is, based on your research, have you seen the TNI being used more and more to bring in developer, especially from China, into West Papua? Thank you.
And Ibu Soraya, yeah.
Thank you very much. So I have to talk to the Papuan.
I'm not Papuan.
Not Papua.
I'm from West Timor.
From West Timor.
Oh,
Oh, to the people.
good. Thank you.
Actually, it's very interesting that I think that what's been regularly, and I think I agree with all your thoughts. Now, the reason I just got information about 1 million factors for food security. And amazingly, that the military need this. Now, could you explain about the next bubble? Because I think it is important that the next bubble program is actually more focused on this aspect. On the other hand, is the food for school and things like that, and then there's another one is the 1 million hectare, it's already, cleaned up, and we'll create another topic.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and Bu Afi? Just, yeah.
Afi from Fauziah Institute, actually to have further the control of the military after they have order used to take PT, because I don't know if the military knows more about the PT. How would that affect with the access of food being controlled by the military in both from their food estate for food security and for the food? Like if we see in the Instagram everywhere, it looks like it's right by country, of course it is not.
Yeah. Okay. One more question, gentleman with the blue jacket. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Dayu from Australian National University. I want to ask Pak Yoes, I want to know because I saw your opinion because there is a big debate about the Asian values with the political dynasties, and you disagree with the cultural thing it's relating to the dynastic politics. So I want to know about your opinion about the cultural relationship with the political dynasty in Indonesia.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please.
I have more questions for my fellow panels here. About food estates, food programs in South Merauke, Rahman. As far as I know, there are some rumors going on about the Chinese companies. They plan to do investment also in Merauke and other parts of Papuans, particularly in coastal areas. But again, there is no some sort of official report or at least kind of a deep investigation about how many or the number of Chinese investments in Merauke. And also whether it is facilitated by the TNI or not. Of course, there is always a pretext, kind of a driving force. If it comes to investment like this one, Indonesian security force play a certain role. But again, we have to do more kind of observation and also probably research, if it's possible, about this, the role of the TNI to facilitate this kind of Chinese investment in province of South Papua in Merauke. About 1 million hectares. I forgot the name of the Pak Haji from Kalimantan. Haji Isam. Yes, thank you so much. So Pak Haji is very generous. We see 1,000 tractors being deployed mostly in Merauke to support food estate and etc. But the story behind this one is ongoing struggle by indigenous people, the Marine, the Muyu people, and other minority groups, indigenous people. They try over time. This is not only in the past 5 or 6 years, but it's going back further to 1980s. Still the same kind of idea of bringing modernization to the local communities and how the local people, indigenous people, respond to this kind of modernization projects. And I don't think any kind of different in the way we see the problem in Merauke nowadays. Probably in terms of intensity, in terms of campaign, it's growing massively. We have seen, as I mentioned, All Eyes on Papua back in July, simply to support indigenous protests from Muyu and Marine from Merauke to deal with this massive infrastructure project. And I guess Pak Prabowo, because he has interest, at least Pak Hasim also has an interest in this kind of food estate, not only in Merauke, but also up to Kerom. They have this kind of similar projects. He will do the same, or probably he will intensify the scale of the projects. And again, it gives another pretext for massive deployment, for more military or security roles to deal with protests, to deal with some sort of dissidents coming from the Papuans. But UAFI freelance, makan siang gratis. I saw you the picture of those kids sitting against the wall of the church toilet. That's how freelance works in Papua. So if you want to expect like all those kind of...
your responses a bit concise, Mas?
Okay, so the last line is that, of course, the program will go on, including in Papua, but the question remains is that whether the Papuans are adaptable, are in line with these kind of programs and how to respond to the food security or other food projects in Papua. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mas Ibu. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. So regarding Asian values or whether or not cultural factors is behind the increasing dynasticism in Indonesia, I'm actually quite doubtful about that claim, because two reasons. First is the difficulty in defining what is Asian values, what is culture, and everything. And second, there's a variation at the subnational level. If they claim it's Indonesian culture that accept political dynasties, we're seeing in some places in Indonesia they reject dynastic politicians, and dynastic politicians lose in the elections. So I don't think cultural factors is behind this increasing dynasticism, but whether or not the elite use cultural narratives to normalize this practice, yes. Some of them, even Prabowo said, this is part of our culture as Indonesian culture, define Indonesian culture, right? Okay, maybe that's my answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Ibu Hana, would you like to?
I don't think there's a question for me, but on the just a quick on the Asian values, I think we can see that across the new list of candidates for the Pilkada. We also see all of the dynasty are coming up over there, but we didn't hear much that Asian value is like put as a reason.
Fantastic,
Political
thank you.
interest.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, we'll take 3 more questions and 1 question from our online audience. 1 question from our online audience. Yeah, just 1. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before I go to questions online, I would like to share some nice announcements. Yesterday, across all sessions, we peaked at over 630 participants. And today, in this session alone, we are accompanied by 180 participants online. Without further ado, I'll go to 1 question, this one directed to Ibu Hana, from Mudi Rahmatun Nisa from the University of Pajajaran, Bandung. He asks, considering the closeness of Prabowo to Jokowi so far, would Indonesia's decentralization implementation or re-centralization be as bleak as today or even worse? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. 1 question from Sana, and then Mas Riyandi, and yeah, if someone from this side would like to ask a question, I'm happy to take. Okay.
My question is for Ibu Hana. Ibu, can you also talk about or share your views on the impact of Law 1 2022 on the fiscal decentralization that changes the way local budgets are assigned, allocated, and managed? Thank you.
Yeah, Mas Riyandi, and then Pak Rizal Sukma. Mas Riyandi. Yeah. In the middle.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the presentation. My question is for Mas Yoes. I'm interested to know more about what's the story behind rising dynasticism as an elected official in subnational level. Do you think, based on your observation, is it the case that they manage to keep performing at economic outcomes so that people keep believing in them, and that makes people indifferent to choose? Is that the case or not the case, or simply just probably cultural or something else? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Pak Rizal Sukma here.
Well, thank you. I will not ask questions to Ibu Hana. I can ask it at home. It's actually to Hippo. I was wondering, in your view, why we managed to resolve Aceh problem but not Papua? What are the key distinct, characteristics that separate these two, secessionist problem? Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, Bu Hana, silakan.
I'm gonna start. Okay. I think it's a very good observations that Jokowi and Prabowo is quite close in their, and we can also see how Prabowo, with his background as a military person, he would like to see things to be sort of like in one command, and platform, the campaign premise that he has in his platform, the Koalisi Indonesia Maju, also see a lot of the emphasis for the national level sort of directions on how he wants to have the development growth at 8%, and you can't really have sort of like allow a lot of the sort of variations on how the local government sort of going about with their development program. So we will see a more of control from the central government. I think at the moment they already have a lot within their current laws to manage, especially in the area of mining and plantations, which sort of contribute significantly. And we also have that national, I think we will continue the practice of assigning project as a national strategic project status, because it's quite it's like not easy, but it's quite clear to explain it to investors, for example, that you can secure land acquisition, you can secure state budget to also contribute to those projects. So that we will see a continuation. I think we will see a continuation to that. I think what we also would like to see is actually a more involvement of the civil society and media, maybe to report more on this, so we can push back at least on the issues of the AMDAL, of the environmental and social impact assessment, because the recognitions of the disasters in some places of the national strategic project is recognized actually by some. So that I'll leave it there. But on the fiscal decentralizations, we have seen a tighter and tighter control by the central government. We even for the something called the block grant, the dana sort of it's supposed to be up to the local government to decide, but now we see more and more of earmarks to that. So we nowadays we have an earmarks of 20% for infrastructure, for example, for the Dayu and also the DAK. So mind you, I mean, even though Indonesia decentralized and fiscal transfer also happened, but if you look at the numbers of funds that actually transferred all the way to the local, is actually not more than 28% of the total APBN, the total national budget. So if you look at the numbers of civil servants that actually at the local level, the doctors, the teachers that actually paid by the local budget, the amount of money that's still controlled at the national level is still quite large. So yeah, it's gradually taken back again.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Hana. Yeah, Mas Yoes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mas Riyandi, for the question. So I think it's a combination of several factors, but based on the survey that I conducted back in 2020, yes, the voters said they will evaluate the performance of the candidate, but the problem is performance is something that can be easily engineered during a campaign period or pre-election period. By providing social assistance, for example, mobilizing the state apparatus, etc. And these are the qualities that can be easily engineered before the elections, like what we see in the 2024 presidential elections. Yesterday we discussed about the economic indicators, and Jokowi is basically underperformed, right? But the 58% and even 70+% said that Jokowi's approval rating is high. So it means, according to the perception, he's performing well. So that's the kind of things that can be easily engineered during the elections. That's one thing. And the other thing, if we learn from durable dynasty, like such as the Ratu Atut, no one can see that Ratu Atut is performing in Banten, for example. But her family keep winning elections in various areas in Banten. So I think there's also a factor of organization, how the dynasty organize their power, like for example, doing the succession plan. They have clear succession plan. They have clear machines up and down to the TPS level and everything. And those organizations supported the structure of the dynasty, and that's why when it's needed, they can activate it to support their victory in elections. So maybe that's some of my short answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mas Ipo. Yeah, the hardest question.
Thank you, Mas Rizal. There are many papers, policy briefs have discussed this kind of two comparative cases between Aceh and Papua. If I can pick one or two, it's coming to two. First one is factions in Papua, many than what we had in Aceh, but it's also coming from the central government or the state's commitment, political commitment. The case in 2011, it was in Jayapura. There was kind of a big meeting among Papuans, including from political groups, from the TPNPB, the armed groups also, and they appointed 5 Papuans living overseas to talk to the central government, but it remains an empty kind of gesture. There was no follow-up. The central government say like, we didn't trust these 5 Papuans. But if we are looking at other comparative cases in the Pacific region, we have Bougainville, we have New Caledonia. They can form to some points. I have some sort of pessimistic kind of view, not pessimistic, but optimistic kind of view that to some points they will form a unified front, and they will deal with their own problems, and they will talk, if there is a chance, talk with the central government. But of course, it will take time. Another problem also is about trust. Level of trust is something very difficult in Papua. There is no trusted individuals or institutions to facilitate not a dialogue, but initial communications. That's a crucial part. The case in place, for instance, like this, the kidnapping of the pilot, Philip Mertens, it has been for almost 2 years. But there is any trusted individuals that can facilitate the communication or the release of this pilot. There was, I heard a few months ago, there was an Australian scholar here appointed by the TPNPB to talk with the New Zealand government and the Indonesian government, but it didn't work out. So the level of trust is another issue to deal with Papua. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Ipo. So we will take one more online question and one quick question here. Gentleman with the checked shirt. Yeah.
Thank you very much. To proceed with the question from online, from Asep Surya Hadi from SMARU Jakarta for Bu Hana. Has there been any implementation of the idea of asymmetric decentralization under Jokowi? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Check. Yeah, thank you. My name is Emma. I'm from Crawford School. Thank you for the insightful presentation. My question is specific to Ibu Hana. Ibu Hana mentioned that local governments do not always agree with the national strategic plans. How do you think bureaucrats, we talk about the bureaucrats at both national and subnational levels, navigate these tensions when translating political campaigns, promises, and programs into actual policies and programs, the roles of the bureaucrats, because my colleagues back in Indonesia have joked that the real politician is actually the political bureaucrats. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Bu Hana.
Okay, I'll answer Pak Mas Agus from Semeru. I think we always have the asymmetric decentralizations policy, especially for the daerah istimewa, the special regions. For the special regions, we have separate laws and also separate arrangements. in terms of the disbursements of the funds, but also in terms of the approvals of their long-term or medium-term development plan. But then, if you're asking of the futures, I think we're not really sure. We need to see sort of where sort of Prabowo's government will take this. But so far, I mean, during the Jokowi administrations, this continue. It's just that you don't really see this happenings beyond the daerah-daerah khusus, gitu, beyond the special regions. The case of Papua and the case of Aceh has always been used as an example of that asymmetric decentralizations. But with the implementations and the developments of the national strategic project, we also see it's not necessarily asymmetric. It's just that you have some anomalies, I should say, in how development is conducted at the local level, but the local governments are not necessarily consulted. And this relate to the second question, and then how the bureaucrats then navigate this the tag war. So you have to follow, especially when you're in your region, you are selected to host a national strategic plan. But we have at least for the past 5-7 years, I also see a different trends of different attitudes maybe of the young bureaucrats, that I feel that we have some hopes there, and then they understand the complexity of the relationship, but also they some of them really would like to use the technology
Apologies,
better.
Bu Hana, we only have 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Oh,
make it,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, so they try to navigate, but then we see the appointment of the PJs that there not much room that you can have. You just need to follow the national government instruction.
Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, so please join me all in thanking our wonderful panelists for their fantastic work. Thank you. Thanks so much. And enjoy your morning tea. We will resume at 10:50 a.m. sharp. Thank you all.
society. I remember, when I was junior, they used to have, they fitted it out and then had a lot of films playing.
Yeah, I don't know if they have them in this theatre.
Right.
But they do, I mean, the Film Association is still there. And we sometimes have them in the new building in Canberra.
Right.
There's a big pop-up, like a cinema over there. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. I'll get you to take your seats as quickly as possible. We're ready to start. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're going to get started. This is our final session for the Indonesia Update 2024. Really, it's going to be a fascinating session on democratic rights and institutions. And we have 4 really esteemed speakers for you today. Simon Butt is a professor of Indonesian law and Indonesia director of the Centre for Asia and Pacific Law at the University of Sydney. He'll be presenting a paper alongside Tim Lindsey, one of Australia's leading experts on Indonesian law and also a professor of Asian law, and the director of the Centre for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society at the University of Melbourne. Following that, we will have Laode M Syarif. Laode is the executive director of KEMITRAAN, or partnerships, and a senior lecturer at Universitas Hasanuddin Law School. He's also formerly a commissioner of the KPK, so that puts him in an interesting position for today's session for this year's update. And our final presenter is Fauziah Mayangsari, who is a researcher whose interests include protest movements and social movements and human rights in Indonesia. And she is an alumni of the ANU, so very happy to have you back. And also a researcher at Amnesty International Indonesia. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Simon for the first 10 minutes.
That's right. Well, thank you, Ellie. Yesterday we heard from quite a few presenters, as well as this morning, what the Constitutional Court has decided in cases involving Jokowi's 2 sons. Today, Tim and I are going to look at the legal how. So how did the court come to make these decisions? And what are the consequences for the future? This, I think, is a 2-person job. That's why we're presenting together. Now, the Indonesia's amended 1945 constitution gives the DPR enormous power. There may be debate about whether its constitutional power is greater than the president's, but it's clear enough that a president who controls a majority vote in the DPR faces very formal constraints on his or her power. Under the Constitution, the Constitutional Court, or MK, is the only entity with any formal power to check the exercise of the DPR's legislative power. This is because one of its primary functions is striking out DPR statutes that violate the Constitution. To perform this function effectively, the court must operate without fear of government reprisal. Yet performing that function brings it into direct conflict with DPR, guaranteeing that the DPR sees it as a direct opponent and a threat. Now, many constitutional courts around the world face this very dilemma, and lots has been written about the way that those courts manage the potential conflict. Before the presidency of Jokowi, the court seemed to have independence, at least enough to fulfil its mandate to review legislation at least much of the time. However, under Jokowi, the MK's decisions have frustrated the executive and the legislature, and for some years they've conducted an incremental but determined campaign to undermine the MK's capacity to check their power. This has involved a complex series of intimidatory interventions and the gradual legislative erosion of the court's power and independence. Legislators are now considering another bill that may expedite the court's demise. So today, I think it's fair to say that the MK is weaker than ever before since its establishment in 2003.
In our chapter, we explain in sequence the chain of events from 2020 that we think led to this. And we don't have enough time to cover all of these events today in our presentation. There's a few things that we'll have to skip through. The legislative tinkering with tenure of judges, the associated removal of Deputy Chief Justice Aswanto, and then his successor, Guntur Hamza, forging a MK decision almost immediately after his appointment. Unfortunately, no time for that. We're just going to go directly to Decision 90. Now, in May 2022, MK Chief Justice Usman married Jokowi's sister, Idayati. Now, Jokowi was her wali, signing her away to Usman, and the so-called royal wedding was particularly controversial. Not only was it quite lavish with helicopters ferrying guests to the location, but it also, of course, sparked some serious conflict of interest concerns. Usman's new in-law, President Jokowi, and the DPR he controlled are, of course, default defendants in almost all of the cases that the Constitutional Court hears. Now, in August 2023, Suki Biru, a student at the University of Surakarta, filed a petition in the Constitutional Court. Now, he challenged provisions of the election law that imposed 40 as a minimum age for presidential and vice presidential candidates. This provision had blocked plans to nominate Jokowi's son, Gibran, as vice presidential running mate for Prabowo in the February elections. Now, the conflict of interest for Usman was clear. In his petition, Sukibiru mentioned Gibran by name 7 times and expressed strong support for him. Other parties also filed similar petitions around the same time, including the PSI, led by Gibran's younger brother, Kaesang, installed as chair just a few days after he joined. And of course, the decision's effect on Gibran's political fortunes was obvious. The court's code of ethics specifically requires a judge to recuse him or herself if a member of his family, or his or her family, has a direct interest in a decision being made by the court. And it's very clear that Usman should have recused himself in this case. I suspect he knows this, given that he's written a book on judicial independence, as you can see on the slide. Now, instead, of course, Usman intervened in the judicial deliberations to ensure a majority of judges would reverse the court's position. Now, in many cases beforehand, the court upheld age limits on candidacy for elected officials, saying that this was a matter of open legal policy for the DPR. So on the morning of Monday, the 16th of October 2023, there was no legal surprise when the court read out 3 decisions. And in each of them, a majority of the court, by 6 judges to 2, decided the age limit did not violate the Constitution and left it at 40 years. Now, Usman did not issue a decision in these cases, but by the afternoon, when Judgment 90 was read out by the court, many of the judges had changed their minds. By a majority of 5 judges to 4 that did include a judgment by Usman, the court decided to maintain the 40-year restriction, but to include an exception for candidates who had served in elected office. There's a major wrinkle in this decision that I hope someone asks me about in the Q&A. But Gibran, who was 36, just happened to have served as the mayor of Solo in central Java, a job his father once held, of course, and so he became eligible. And he was named as Prabowo's running mate within a few weeks. Now, it seems clear enough why the court changed its mind so dramatically. And this is explained in the dissent of 2 judges. I'll focus on the dissent of Arif Hidayat. He explained that during the meeting to decide the 3 cases that was read out on the Monday morning that upheld this age limit, it took place on the 19th of September. And Usman did not attend these meetings. Now, when Arif asked the Deputy Chief Justice, who was in control of the meeting, where Usman was, the Deputy Chief Justice said, well, he's not attending because of a potential conflict of interest. But when the meeting for Decision 90, which introduced this exception that assisted Gibran, took place on Wednesday, the 21st of September, so 2 days later, Usman did attend And when Arif asked him how he could attend a meeting discussing the same issue in light of this conflict of interest problem that he'd had, Usman said he'd never had a conflict of interest, but he was just sick for the meeting 2 days earlier. That was why he didn't attend. And somehow Usman managed to get 3 judges to change their minds, and so the court was now evenly split, and using his casting vote, he reversed the court's decisions that had been read out earlier in the morning. So judges who dissented in the final case complained about Usman's intervention, and some even directly raised questions about his behaviour and obvious conflict of interest. And of course, the result we've seen was uproar across Indonesian civil society, epitomised by the viral democracy dirty vote, which directly attacked Usman for his conflict of interest in Decision 90 and made other allegations of misconduct relating to the case. Now, Usman was ultimately accused of nepotism and misconduct, and memes renaming the court the family court went viral. One wag even managed to change the name of the court on Google Maps to read Mahkamah Keluarga. Now, members of civil society soon reported Usman to the MK's Ethics Council. And after extensive hearings, the Ethics Council decided in November 2023 to remove him as Chief Justice, but to allow him to remain a judge on the court. Decision 90 remained unchanged, of course, as the Ethics Council has no power to alter a decision of the court. Now, the Ethics Council decision was, of course, highly controversial. One member, Bintan Sariga, issued a dissenting opinion, and he pointed out that the MK's own rules on ethics councils only recognised 3 kinds of punishments: verbal warnings, written admonishments, and dishonourable dismissal from the court. For him, because Usman had committed a serious violation, there was only one possible outcome, and that was dishonourable dismissal from the court. But the other two members on the Ethics Council, Jimli Asadiki, and the most senior judge of the court, Wahyuddin Adams, had different ideas. Jimli's involvement, of course, was quite contentious, given that he had publicly supported Prabowo's candidacy since 1st of May. And questions, of course, were raised about his potential conflicts of interest as well, but he ignored those. In any case, Jimli and Wahyuddin agreed with Sarigi that Usman had committed a serious ethical breach, but they decided not to remove him as a judge, just to remove him as Chief Justice. And they did this even acknowledging that that was beyond the power of the Ethics Committee to do. And the reasons they gave weren't particularly convincing. One was essentially that they said that if the Ethics Council removed him from the court, then this would invite an appeal, and that would delay the process of resolving this issue. Of course, if Usman could appeal removal as a judge, he can also appeal removal as Chief Justice, but remaining on the bench. So that rationale, that reasoning doesn't withstand scrutiny. But the MK eventually accepted the Ethics Council decision, and soon after the judges chose a new Chief Justice, Suhartoyo, to take over from Anwar Usman. And all judges, including Usman, signed the legal instrument that appointed Suhartoyo. But as Tim will now discuss, this led to an appeal against the dismissal by Usman in the Indonesian administrative courts.
A little bit squeezy there. I'll leave it, I think. So the Administrative Court's decision was handed down on 13 August, the same day the MK was celebrating its 21st anniversary, a coincidence some insiders considered deliberate. Now, you won't be surprised to hear that this decision is a difficult and confusing one, just like the other ones. On the one hand, the Administrative Court ordered the MK to rescind its order appointing Suhartoyo as Chief Justice. On the other hand, it did not order Usman's reinstatement. The Administrative Court decided that the Ethics Council process was flawed, but it did not actually invalidate the Ethics Council's decision. Instead, it focused on whether Suhartoyo's appointment decision was valid, and it decided it wasn't. the Administrative Court decided that before appointing Suhartoyo, the MK should first have invalidated the original decision to appoint Usman Chief Justice back in 2018. Of course, Suhartoyo argued that the Ethics Council had done this, but the court said no. The Ethics Council decision has a different legal form and legal status to a decision appointing a Chief Justice. So ultimately, the Administrative Court therefore annulled the Suhartoyo appointment decision and ordered the MK to rescind it, but left Usman a judge. Usman, frustrated that the Administrative Court did not expressly order his reinstatement, then appealed to the Jakarta High Administrative Court. And of course, the MK itself has also appealed to the High Administrative Court. This is now a court at war with itself. And this has the effect of, the appeals have the effect of suspending the Administrative Court order until the High Administrative Court hands down its decision. And until that happens, Suhartoyo remains in office as Chief Justice. And as of today, we don't have a decision yet from the High Administrative Court. Now, we think that rightly or wrongly, there are legal reasons that would support an appeal decision to reinstate Usman as Chief Justice. In our view, the High Administrative Court may well uphold the Lower Administrative Court's decision to invalidate Suhartoyo's appointment because of the Ethics Council's flawed process, but it might also invalidate the Ethics Council decision to remove Usman because it was obviously flawed. All that would then remain standing is the 2018 MK regulation appointing Usman Chief Justice, meaning he would resume the position. Now, the nomination of Gibran as Prabowo's running mate, which led to Decision 90 and its aftermath, is widely seen as part of President Jokowi's manoeuvring to maintain influence after his term ends, as we've heard for the last day or so. The same is true of his efforts to install allies in key gubernatorial positions. One of these, of course, is Ridwan Kamil, who Jokowi wanted to be Jakarta's next governor, anticipating this would block his political enemy Anies Baswedan. Another is Jokowi's younger son, Kaesang, who he wanted to be the next governor of Central Java. Like his brother Gibran, the 29-year-old Kaesang faced an age-based roadblock. He was barred from running due to an election law that requires gubernatorial candidates to be at least 30. But once again, a favourable but dodgy judicial decision seemed to clear the way for him. On 29th of May, the Supreme Court decided candidates must be 30 at the time of inauguration as a governor, allowing Kaesang to run, given that if elected, his inauguration would occur after his 30th birthday. But despite the rolling crisis in the MK, stemming from Decision 90, or actually probably in response to it, the MK made two decisions on 21 August that showed it was still capable of independent decision-making. In the famous Decision 70, made unanimously by all the judges, except Usman, who finally saw the wisdom of recusing himself in cases involving his nephews, the court emphasised that the minimum age for gubernatorial candidates applied at the time of nomination, not inauguration. And the court also suggested that it might invalidate an election where an underage candidate ran for office, so that meant Kaesang couldn't run. And then in another decision on the same day, Decision 60, the court 7-1 greatly reduced the nomination threshold that parties required to put forward candidates for gubernatorial elections. Under the regional election law, a political party or coalition needed either 20% of seats or 25% of total votes in the relevant legislature. The court decided to reduce this to the same threshold that applied not to parties but for independent candidates, which varied according to population of the province. And in the case of Jakarta, that was just 7.5% of the total vote. Now, this was important because it allowed Megawati's PDIP to nominate a candidate to run against Jokowi's pick Ridwan, and she'd been expected to back Anies, as we know. This led to the quick response from the DPR, dominated by Jokowi's coalition, which defiantly announced it would immediately revise the regional election law to reset the nomination threshold and fix the new age limit of 25 for candidates. Even though MK decisions are binding under Article 24C of the Constitution, the DPR could probably have got away with this plan. This is because if they passed that law and the court then struck down the amendments, the court probably could not have done that in time before the registration of candidates, which was just a couple of days away. And once made, those registrations could not be undone. The court's decisions apply only forward in time, and it cannot undo an action taken before the decision was made. This cynical, contemptuous and hostile treatment of the court to carry out this plan and the blatant dynastic political ambitions behind it triggered the well-known response that we've seen discussed over the last few days from civil society, which, like the court, has seen weakened in recent years. We've seen the emergency warning, democratic emergency demonstrations outside the DPR. There have been, as we've noted, bigger demonstrations against the Jokowi government, but these crowds were enough to stop or persuade lawmakers not to enter the DPR and form a quorum. Unable to proceed, the new electoral law was abandoned for now, and Kaesang announced he would not run for governor of Jakarta. As expected, PDIP announced it would nominate Anies, only to reverse itself later, a few hours later, and then announce a new candidate. Now, one result, I'm just going to finish my last slide, ignore a 1 minute warning I just got. One result of the scandal surrounding Decision 90, which allowed Gibran to run, is that the MK is now weaker and more vulnerable to attack from its institutional archenemy, the DPR, than at any time. Decisions 60 and 70, which blocked Kaesang and enabled a more competitive race in Jakarta, led to humiliation for the DPR, for Jokowi and his political allies, who are deeply angry at the court's obstruction of their plans. They have a very strong motivation to rein in the court. And more importantly, this motivation will likely survive the swearing in of a new president and a new DPR. They will not want a non-compliant and obstructive MK any more than their predecessors. One way to do this is to stack the court and get control of it and weaponise it against their opponents, as has already happened with the KPK. The DPR now has before it a bill to once more amend the MK law, already one of the most amended statutes of recent years, and this might well enable the removal of some current judges if proposed amendments go through. One proposal is to reintroduce 5-year terms and allow nominating institutions to decide whether a justice who has served 5 years should be immediately removed. Obviously then the judges would have a strong incentive to wave legislation through without objection because they could be removed by the nominating institution with a stroke of a pen. Another proposal is to impose a high minimum requirement on MK judges. One of the court's best judges, Saldi Isra, a dissenter in 90 and in the majority in decisions 60 and 70, is under the proposed age, so he would be automatically removed. The DPR may go still further, with politicians openly discussing the need to assess the MK's performance. That must be a real possibility, that the DPR will try to further constrain the MK's power to review legislation. The catch is that the court reviews legislation, so it could strike out laws passed to try and restrain its capacity to review laws. It's done it before in the past when the DPR has tried this. So that would leave only one way for the government to really crush the MK, apart from stacking it with sympathetic judges, which it's doing and will continue to do, and that is to amend the constitution to remove it. That is actually a prospect. Prabowo's political party, Gerindra, has as its #1 mission statement a return to the constitution of 18th of August, which is the original version of the constitution before it was amended to create the Constitutional Court. If it happens, and there is a return to the 1945 constitution, then the MK would simply cease to exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon and Tim. Pak Laode, silakan.
Thank you very much. I started with Indonesian way. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera buat kita semuanya. Thank you very much, Eve and Sana, and I would like to recognize the presence of Ambassador Gary Quinlan. Thank you very much. When you were in Jakarta, you keep on listening on me when I was threatened by many. Thank you for that. Today I'm asked to they actually asked me to talk about the legacy of Jokowi on anti-corruption in Indonesia, and the first thing that came into my mind, it is actually this title, and I'm sorry for that. The dark legacy of the Jokowi administration records on corruption. But corruption is not a new thing in Indonesia. In 1961, for example, Muhammad Hatta said this: do not let corruption to become part of the Indonesian cultures. Unfortunately, until today, I never say corruption is part of our cultures, but Muhammad Hatta already afraid of it. And today, we see it's become very, very normal. And I think he was a rock star of the common people at that time when he actually running for the presidency. And of course, I love this run, the iconic run from the governor to presidency. And the another one, I like this one too, because if you look at the pictures, Marwar Sirait and his Baswedan behind him, actually running just like Mick Jagger's in Book. Yeah, it is a very iconic run, and it's actually, this is a rock concert in Indonesia with slang. Everybody happy, we will have a corruptor fighters in Indonesia. And he promised this: I will increase the KPK budget tenfold, plus if needed, we can increase it, the investigators up to 1,000. At that time, our investigation only about 300 people. So many of us see him as actually future corruptor fighters in Indonesia. And many people, including myself and many ANU professors, experts, hypnotized with his promise of simplicity. Many of us, he is the future leader of Indonesia. But if you're actually looking at his record, I have to be very, very objective, because this is actually academic seminars. His record in 2014 and 2019, actually it is not spectacular, but he was good enough. He was instrumental in shift the Secretary of National Strategy of Corruption Prevention from Bappenas to KPK. I was involved in that. And at the same time, my elders gave him a name, Laode Muhammad, just myself. So I never have a brothers as a president. Thanks God, now I have a brother, the president, Laode Muhammad Jokowi Dodo. There's Laode Muhammad Syarif. Why not? And I think he liked it. So that's why I think he's the one and only president, always in every Independence Day, actually wearing the king style of clothing. Let's try to look at this. In 2014, 2019, I think he believed in technical solution. He tried to introduce call it public service model, e-planning, e-budgeting, and of course, One Map Indonesia. One Map Indonesia, it is not his own idea, but as a continuation from Pak SBY. E-procurement, e-catalogs, not his idea, but he actually improving it, and online single submissions, and another one, beneficial ownership registration. But however, he never actually tried to fulfill his campaign promise to improve the budget of KPK or to add 1,000 investigators of KPK. If you look at this public service model and planning and budgeting, I think it is very good program. It is unfortunately, of course, those prevention tools, it also depends on people behind those desks who are actually doing it. If you are interested, you can ask me later. And this is also one single submission. It is actually trying to cut the personal contact between the administrators and the applicants. So usually if you are doing it online, it is actually reduce the chance of corruption. But yeah, there are a lot of it, but I have only 10 minutes, and including one map. When I was in commissioner for KPK at that time, we are focusing on how to save the natural resources of Indonesia, and we prosecute several, including ministers, several governors, but I think this is very good one. Unfortunately, it's not continued by the current leadership within the KPK. But this is his main legacy. Beneficial owner registration, and we can actually see it. Not many in the country, in the world that have that. What I knew, it is actually UK, Indonesia. And I remember this. So I think at that time, KPK is actually listened by ministers. Can you imagine Ibu Sri Mulyani, everybody in front of me actually signing that? It is so. Actually, at that time, I think we worked together, and I think President actually very, very supportive. And in Australia, I think it is important if you also have this similar regulation. Not yet. But so Jokowi records in 2014, 2019, I think he was successful in increase the score of corruption perception index. He started 34 and end up, it is also the last year of my terms in the KPK, 40, which is actually the highest. He never openly tried to influence the prosecution of ranking official, except one incident on Setia Novanto. Let me tell you about this, the early sign of weakening KPK. When I was inaugurated, only like a few weeks after that, Luhut come to the office and actually trying, I think we need to change the KPK law and giving the KPK more powers, like to stop the investigation, SP3 we call it in Indonesia, and the importance of legislative body, and also the legislative body, Balek in DPR, actually sending a letter to us about the need for the change of KPK law, but we keep on replaying it. I think we are okay with the current law, for example. But during my 4 years in the KPK, I never actually experienced, for example, the member of parliament or the executive, thank you for your words, never. They never love us. So it's only people actually like the KPK. The politicians, all spectrum, they hate it. And I think the political maneuvering and systematic public campaign started with the prosecution of Novanto. I like actually these pictures, but actually I have no time to explain it. And it is actually started with the political and legal attack. The DPR have actually hak angket, the inquiry for KPK, and also the member of the Committee 3 actually went to MK and arguing that KPK is a part of the executive, and the MK say so. So we were actually just like weakened. And also this, the government part mobilizing false narrative. The KPK is actually Taliban organization. So this is actually even make people try to detach from the KPK because they see, maybe this is true. Because some of KPK staff actually have like a long beard like him, for example. Yeah. So, but it is actually, work. Yeah. So, and so when the government and parliaments conspiring to kill KPK, I still remember Pak Mahfud came assisting us. Hak angket supposed not for the independence body. It is supposed for the executive. But somehow, I don't know what really happened behind the scene, the MK said, yes, the KPK is part of the executive. But I think it's not enough. Yeah, they also bombed my house. They put bomb in Agus' house. They attacked novels with acid and many other threatening messages. But we keep on going. And Jokowi, I think, was the mastermind of this dismantling of KPK. Not only him, but I mean the whole political party. Yeah, and I think hopefully Pak Marcus actually write this too. all political party, it is actually united to kill the KPK. I still remember, they do not even tell us as a commissioner when actually discussing the revision of a KPK law. It was only 2 weeks. We actually set a meeting with the Secretary of Cabinet to meet the President 3 times. 3 times we already have a time, only 1 or 2 hours before the meeting they say, oh cancel, nanti cari waktu lain. So 3 times. So we never actually see the draft itself. And this one, after the parliaments and actually agree for the revision of the KPK, the elders of the nation actually went to the palace and actually asked him, why don't you just make a perpu, because this is very important. You know, KPK, MK is the son of reformasi. You know, you please do not do this. But they say, saya akan pikir-pikir. And he still think until today. So the pinnacle of the insult of anti-corruption agency, it is actually putting the KPK under the wing of the executive. And this is actually the darkest moments in my KPK life. When all the students and people actually coming in front of a KPK office and saying their rejection to the revision of the law. But all political party and the president united. Not enough. He installed problematic people within the leadership of KPK. Can you imagine 3 commissioners of KPK, the current one, Lily actually taking a bribe, yes, gratifications. The chief commissioner actually doing extortion with the ministers, and another one. So only 2 commissioners now. Problem. It is, we never actually dream of this in the past. I mean, the KPK become corrupt like this. And what he said, the Jokowi spokesman say, and not only that, all good investigators and several staff, when it has become the change of the status of KPK staff, from independent staff become like ASN, a public servant, they need to go through this civic test. And all the good people actually expelled from there, 57 of them. And this is actually the most difficult, I mean, we are afraid of it, weaponizing the KPK to silence political opponents, just like in China. So this is maybe very, very difficult and need the support from academia, especially a new and, of course, the Indonesian public. I think his main legacy, it is actually normalizing collusion, nepotism. I think this is actually the most difficult one, because this is very difficult to change. Therefore, I think in Jokowi's record, 2019, 2024, he successfully dismantling the foundation of good governance in Indonesia, especially in the lawmaking process. Undang-Undang CK only 4 months. The revision of Undang-Undang Minerba only 4 weeks. The revision of KPK law only 2 weeks, and without any proper consultation. And turn blind eye on corruption, collusion, nepotism, willing to violate constitution even, as actually explained by Tim and Simon. And using his power to influence the constitutional court, and he has no understanding at all of conflict of interest. So I think this is actually the 10 years of Jokowi corruption perception index journey. He started with 34. The peanut, I mean, when I was in KPK, we got 40. I think I contribute a little bit on that. And after I left, only 1 year actually down 37. Never in the history of the presidency that actually we usually stagnant, but always increase. And you see today, it is 34. So his legacy, it is actually 0 contributions. this is for you because you asked me. Why don't you make another slide? What make him change? I don't know. I don't know exactly. But I call one of the high-ranking political party elite, and he said, according to him, this is not my opinion, I think he need more financial resources and power. Yeah, for the continuation of his political aspiration. That's what he said. Political aspiration, which is, you can actually read it, ambition. I don't want to end with actually like a dark one. I just want to put a little bit of hope on Prabowo. I do hope that actually he can actually declaring the source of income or spending of many political parties, because this is actually the main root of corruption in Indonesia. And the second, he wants to serious prohibition of money politics. Yeah, I know it is difficult. And also fighting corruption within law enforcement agency and the military, for example, because he is actually the general. And I convinced that he actually loves Indonesia. Yeah. And returning the independence of KPK. Yesterday, Todung Mulya Lubis wrote that, and hopefully, and enacting asset recovery law, etc., and willing to become a commander-in-chief in corruption eradication. Because I love his speech few days ago. Gerindra tidak ada yang boleh yang korupsi ya. Yeah. So, yeah. So let's see. I like this, no. So I hope he can become like the example of anti-corruption of Indonesia. Ibu Kartini said, habis terbital serang. In the Quran it will say, indeed, along every hardship it is actually a relief. But I see those students, and some student, Indonesian student here. I like this word actually Heidi keep telling me that. Fighting corruption is like being a mother. You have no right to stop, and giving up is not an option. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, less than 20 minutes. Silakan, Maya.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Indonesia Project for having me here today. It's good to be back at ANU campus after a while. So my name is Fauziah Mayangsari, but you can call me Maya. And today I will discuss the research that I conducted with Professor at Espinal on civic space, protests, and repression during the Jokowi presidency. So let me begin with our main arguments. Under President Jokowi, the old reformasi coalition between pro-democracy civil society groups and the government, which once fostered democratic reform, has come to an end. Jokowi's administration has shown little interest in civil society input and has increasingly resorted to repression. The shift has revived traditional patterns of civil society opposition, especially through renewed student protests. The change has been driven both by the government indifference to criticism and shifts within civil society itself. I will discuss about it more later. But let's start the discussion by reflecting on the state of civil society in Indonesia post-reformasi. We've seen a vibrant civil society, and from the state side, recognizing its mobilizational power, the governments have also been more responsive and open to dialogue. Up to and until the SBY presidency, the civil society groups have remained influential, shaping political agendas, contributing to policy making, and defending democratic institutions under threat. Their ongoing impact highlights the strength and importance of an active civil society in sustaining democracy. Many of you might recall the 2009 campaign to defend the KPK from attempts by elites to revise the KPK law, which would have stripped KPK of its critical powers. This campaign was notably successful, with President SBY intervening due to the unprecedented level of civil society mobilization at that time. This successful campaign illustrates the strength and influence of civil society in Indonesia for the first decade and a half after reformasi.
And in Jokowi, initially, in the beginning of Jokowi presidency, there was optimism that Jokowi would align with this reformasi agenda. Many civil society activists also supported him. It is also important to note that some civil society groups gained significant policy influence. For example, women's organizations played a key role in shaping the law on sexual violence crime, which faced strong opposition but eventually enacted in 2022. But over time, this optimism faded. Political influence of civil society groups declined significantly over the course of his presidency, and concessions made by government towards civil society became rare. By the end of Jokowi's second term, student activists criticized Jokowi for leading a reformati regime. However, despite these changes, mass protests remain a constant feature. Midway through Jokowi presidency, broad cross-sectoral protests emerged against democratic decline, echoing patterns seen during the Yudhoyono era. But the difference this time was the government's response. Instead of engaging with the protests, the government turned to unprecedented levels of repression, reminiscent of the old New Order techniques of political monitoring and control. So let's discuss the major waves of protest during Jokowi presidency. The first major protest wave was quite different in character. So the 2016 anti-Ahok protest and the 2018 2019 ganti presiden campaign. I will not discuss these episodes in detail, but happy to answer any questions later. But what I want to emphasize here is that these protest episodes were important because it was the beginning of the government use of repression tactics to suppress dissents, as explained by Nafa yesterday. Public opposition continued, leading to significant protests in 2019 and onwards, this time by broader civil society elements resisting the democratic decline. Students took to the streets against controversial law, especially revision of the 2002 anti-corruption law, KPK law, which Pak Laode just explained, and the Criminal Code Bill or RKUHP. The protests saw over 50,000 students participating nationwide. While Jokowi ordered a postponement of deliberation on the Criminal Code or RKUHP, the KPK law revisions were rushed through and the protests were met with a harsh crackdown. This time, the results were very different from what happened in 2009. The following year, in 2020, student protests resurfaced in response to the Omnibus Law on job creation. Despite being less large-scale and more dispersed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, these protests involved diverse coalitions and prompted a severe crackdown by security forces. These student protests were significant not just for their scale, but also for their underlying motivations. Many students were driven by a desire to reclaim their role in the democratic process, feeling that recent developments had undermined Indonesian democracy. As one student said in an interview to me, when there is a blockage in the participation process, students have the capacity to turn on the taps. So when kerannya tertutup, mereka bisa membuka itu semua. In 2019 and 2020, students also saw themselves as key policy actors. They produced detailed analytical papers on contentious laws, aiming to influence public debate. But as disillusionment grew, their focus shifted to criticizing the oligarchy and the excessive power of wealthy business actors in Indonesia's political system. And just a few weeks ago, in August 2024, civil society actors organized significant protests after Parliament attempted to reverse Constitutional Court decision on election law. I will not discuss this in detail because previous speakers have talked a lot about this. But the court decision basically threatened Jokowi's ambition to make his youngest son, Kaisang Pangarep, the candidate for Central Java Vice Governor. The move to rush through the revision of the election law was perceived as an effort by Jokowi to establish a political dynasty and receive hard resistance from the public. And indeed, the public outcry was significant, leading the government to uphold the court's decision and not revise the law. These demonstrations were marked by posters reading emergency warning or peringatan darurat and using the hashtag Kawal Putusan MK. It stands out as one of the rare instances where mass protests successfully prompted a government backdown during Jokowi's presidency, for the reason that has been outlined by Sana and Eve yesterday. So indeed, the 2019, 2020, and 2024 protests are significant in Indonesia's post-reformasi political history. They represent some of the largest protests against the democratic decline to date and mark a turning point in the relationship between pro-democracy civil society and the government. Despite the ongoing tradition of public protests, the Jokowi government's Unfortunately, the government's response deviated from past practices by failing to make meaningful concessions and instead employing authoritarian tactics reminiscent of the New Order regime. Under Jokowi, the central government became markedly more repressive in its dealing with critics. Some of this repression came in spectacular forms, but much of it involved increased low-key and day-to-day monitoring and harassment. While I highlight 4 main forms of repression here, I would like to stress that this list is far from exhaustive, nor are the methods of repression discussed here unique to Jokowi period. But the significant change under Jokowi was the intensification and coordination of government repression. According to most activists we interviewed, repression became more frequent, severe, and purposeful, shifting from targeting specific local actors to defending national government. So let's look at the more visible and brutal forms of repression, that is security forces that began to respond more confrontationally to peaceful protests. In the 2019 Reformasi di Korupsi protests, the police shot dead 5 protesters, and hundreds of students must sustain injuries. In 2020, Omnibus Law protests, Amnesty International reported more than 6,000 people were arrested in 21 provinces. And also based on a report from a joint advocacy team, 300 of them were detained incommunicado for various duration. In the latest protest in 2024, there was a similar repressive strategy, with at least 159 individuals being taken into custody without reason on the first day of the protest. And videos of police severely assaulting protesters also circulated widely in social media. Violence against journalists also reached the highest in Jokowi's period. In a conversation with a senior human rights lawyer, they noted a significant shift in security force behavior under Jokowi. Protesters who might have been briefly detained and then released in the past were now facing beatings, denial of legal access, and prolonged detention. So all of this made many activists said that they have to endure trauma from the crackdown, as they had not anticipated such measure from a democratic government. The second method of suppressing opposition was through repressive law, with the Electronic Information and Transaction, or UU ITE, being a prominent example. Under Jokowi presidency, the use of this law to stifle dissent increased significantly. While only 5 people were charged under UU ITE in both 2009 and 2010, the number surged to 1,498 during Jokowi's tenure from 2014 to 2023. This dramatic increase created a climate of fear, not only among civil society activists, but also within the broader public. This fear has led to widespread self-censorship. A third technique of repression involved informal intimidation and counter-demonstration by pro-government groups, including groups of preman or thugs. Although such practices were not really unique to Jokowi's period, but under his administration, these attacks and intimidation increasingly targeted critics of the central government, particularly those challenging electoral violations in 2024. And another major concern was the hacking of activist computer networks and mobile phones, often using sophisticated spyware. Some activists whom we talked to recalled instances when they started receiving calls from BIN, intelligence agency, asking about their activities and those of their grantees. This one is the case of the one funding agency that we talked to. They also reported that BIN or other intelligence officers overtly attended NGO planning, meetings, and public forums, taking photos and recording discussions. So, in summary, the period of Jokowi presidency saw a notable increase in repression through various means, ranging from legal measures, physical intimidation, to surveillance. These tactics not only stifled dissent, but also created an atmosphere of fear and self-censorship within civil society. So now the question is, how and why did this dramatic transformation of Indonesian politics happen? How did the web of activist groups that had been so influential during Reformasi period become so politically marginal so quickly under Jokowi? And how and why was the Jokowi government so willing to use repression rather than concession in dealing with civil society pressure on democratic issues? The first reason is Jokowi's factor. Dealing with critics is not in his priority. It reflects his populist political outlook. So long as you deliver what the people want, democratic institutions and procedures don't matter. Jokowi's developmentalist approach also affects the way he perceives whom he should ally with. He sees KPK and other control institutions as an obstacle to the achievement of his policy goals. These attitudes produce an enabling environment for the authoritarian actors to take action against critics of the government. The second factor is linked to a process of reconsolidation and transformation of the broader ruling political elite. As a result, most elected officials have few reasons to cooperate with civil society actors seeking policy outcomes. Instead, they seek access to social networks to which they can direct patronage in return for votes. Even the former 98 generation and other NGO activists who joined the government early in Jokowi's terms were not able to counter this trend. They generally lack significant power within government and had few significant policy victories. In the view of at least some NGO leaders, by Jokowi's second term, such people had become useless for promotion of a broad pro-democracy agenda. While the government's growing willingness to use repression was obviously the main source of the increasingly marginal role of Indonesia pro-democracy civil society, long-term structural change within civil society also contributed. Over the last decade, and particularly during President Jokowi's tenure, we have seen a notable decline in funding support for NGOs in Indonesia. This decline began before Jokowi's presidency, but continued throughout his administration. One key reason for this decline is that Indonesia, having become a middle-income country, is no longer a priority for many overseas development assistance programs. Donors who previously supported democratic governments and watchdog programs have shifted their focus to areas such as climate change, energy transition, as well as supporting government policies. Government action has also played a significant role in this weakening. Under the 2005 Paris Declaration on Effectiveness, major donors have increasingly coordinated their programs with the Indonesian government. This coordination has led them to shift away from politically sensitive areas. And the government has implemented a rigorous screening process under the UU Ormas. National NGO grantees of foreign donors must present their planned activities to a monitoring team for foreign organization or TPOA, which includes representatives from government ministries and intelligence agencies. So this whole process has led to significant government control over NGO activities. In some cases, the government has outright vetoed funding for organizations deemed too critical for the administration. For example, Laode, an NGO focusing on election, had its grant vetoed. So to survive in this challenging environment, many NGOs have attempted to turn to domestic and government sources of funding. Foundations that raise money from private donations must regularly report to the Ministry of Social Affairs. So this shift has transformed many NGOs and has led to a weakened civil society, with NGOs often reduced to implementing government programs rather than advocating for independent causes. A second shift within Indonesia's civil society was increased internal division, especially during Jokowi's first term. This shift was influenced by the broader national political polarization between Islamists and pluralists that followed the 212 protests, and some civil society groups, particularly those linked with the traditional Islamist organization, Nahdlatul Ulama, and Indonesia religious minorities, were co-opted into the government's political agenda. These groups, which once focused on socio-religious pluralism and combating Islamic radicalism, began viewing Islamism as a more pressing issue than government corruption and repression. Groups working on police reform and gender equality, areas closely related to the anti-Islamist agenda, also moved closer to the government. Many of these groups became recipients of government funding and found opportunities to engage with government on policy initiatives. This proximity to the government often dampened their willingness to engage in anti-government activism. While this division might seem like a reflection of Indonesia's complex civil society, they also echo patterns from the New Order era. Under the previous authoritarian regime, some NGOs engaged directly with the government on development programs, while others, often foreign funded, adopted an independent watchdog role. So, in conclusion, during Jokowi's presidency, civil society faced significant democratic regression. We saw a dramatic increase in repression against critical groups, which sparked a renewed spirit of protest, so often lacking clear strategy. This period marked the end of the Reformasi coalition that once united civil society and government in a democratic vision, or in other words, Reformasi had given way to Reformati. Our analysis also indicates that the Jokowi government policy of repression and control have been largely effective. Pro-democracy civil society is now weaker than any time since 1998, and there's a lack of public response and international support for NGOs. Indonesian civil society activism has also reached an impasse. Unlike during Suharto era, when there was a unified opposition to a common authoritarian enemy, today's activists face a fragmented landscape without a clear adversary. This ongoing challenge has sparked a period of deep reflection and soul-searching within civil society. But let me end my presentation with a little hope. Yeah, I know it's been a bit gloomy and depressing, so let me end with a little hope. The mass protests of 2019, 2020, and 2024 showed that an oppositional culture persists in Indonesian society, highlighted by the rapid resurgence of student movements and broad social coalitions. Optimism also comes from growing solidarity and interconnected civil society networks. But I also want to end with emphasize that despite these whole setbacks in civil society, we do not mean to imply that Indonesia has become an authoritarian country. Civil society actors can still play their roles despite some limitations, and we have not seen any banning on pro-democracy CSOs yet. Hopefully not. Otherwise, I will be unemployed. In fact, civil society is probably one of the remaining hopes that we have amidst this gloomy situation that we're facing now, in which I echoed Sana and Eve's argument yesterday. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our four speakers and also to Ed Aspinall. We'll take questions now. So if you've been here before, you already know the rules. One question, no background. Just introduce yourself, please. Okay, where are our mics? Perhaps Terry and Ibu Syarif. Shall we take? We'll take three. And oh yes, Pak Budy. Okay, Bjorn. It's the convener giving me instructions, so I'm going to follow suit.
Thanks,
Bjorn,
Eve.
Terry, Ibu Syarif.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Eve. Quick question for Tim and Simon. I mean, the story you're telling is a story of professional decline, politicization, and potentially institutional dismissal of the court. And I'm wondering, are you reading too much into the cases that you are presenting? And the counter-narrative I would suggest to you is, a court is a strategic actor. When its own survival is at stake, it's often very coherent. It fights back and it resists. It's a court that has built alliances with civil society and remains a focal point of civil society activism. And we might have a future president who has a very patchy record on the rule of law and might see it beneficial to his own political gains to support the MK in the future.
Thank you. Terry, and can we get a mic for Ibu Soraya as well, please?
Thank you, Terry Hall, ANU. I'd like to ask Ibu Maya, we've seen a huge increase in the coverage of KTP, the electronic KTP, which allows people to be identified by photo and also other biomarkers. Are the civil society organizations concerned about the use of KTP for intimidation or for surveillance?
Just here.
Thank you, Soraya Afif from University of Indonesia. I would like to also ask Maya about, I'm writing about institutional activism, one of the article, which is that there's of two flows. One is that there is a direction of civil society came as in power, as a political party, in the bureaucracy. How many that more now? The second one is actually that's related with Prabowo always say everything that happened in Indonesia is because of foreign influence. That how that dynamic will affect the civil society and state relation. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go first? Simon and Tim, perhaps, and then Maya?
All right. Thank you, Bjorn, for your challenging question. As Tim said in his half, the court has fought back before. So in 2011, the DPR passed a law that, amongst other things, tried to curb the court's decision-making, and within a few months, the court had issued a decision undermining key parts of the DPR's law that had sought to kind of reduce its decision-making. So we have a precedent for that already happening in Indonesia. And so the question is, well, what's changed since then? And there are a few things, I suppose. We've got a government now that seems quite willing to stack the court. So just to going back to the Cipta Kerja, the omnibus law that we've talked about quite a lot in the conference, the MK issues a decision saying to the DPR, we're going to declare this law conditionally unconstitutional. You've got 2 years to go back and fix various problems with the law. And soon thereafter, we see some of the moves that Tim and I didn't have time to discuss this morning that effectively remove the Deputy Chief Justice Aswanto. So this is a very important Jokowi law. There's a little bit of resistance from the court, not complete resistance. It's just giving the legislature 2 years to respond. And immediately, one of the Deputy Chief Justice of all people is the one that's targeted. And there's been some research done at various people at UGM that have shown that he wasn't amongst the anti-government judges in his decisions. So if he could be got at, then anyone on the court could be got at. But then, as you say, there is potential for the court to fight back. So on the one hand, we have decision 90, but on the other hand, then we have the more recent decisions 60 and 70, where the court seems to have been a little bit more assertive in its independence, perhaps responding to the negative criticism from decision 90. But I think the main difference here really is between 2011 and now, when the court could effectively fight back, and now is that we've seen a government more able and willing to stack the court, but also threatening more regularly to change the court's governing law. But then, as Tim pointed out in the last slide of our presentation, there's looming potential for constitutional change, which might, as Tim says, remove the court altogether.
The dilemma that the MK faces is one that constitutional courts that can review constitutions around the world always face, which is they are inherently, structurally an opponent of the legislature, whether they express it like that or not. They are the significant check. And so those courts always face pressure in two ways. One is to restrict their powers, the other is, as Simon says, stacking. Stacking's always the easiest way to do it, because if you do that, you don't have to worry about other things. And the classic example was the removal of Aswanto and the appointment of Guntur in his place. And of course, Guntur was on the side in decision 90. He remained solidly in favour of the amendment to assist Gibran. Stacking, in other words, working. So if the court is sufficiently stacked, that's enough. The government has won control of the court and it ceases to be a check, in the same way that happened with the KPK. And once you gain control, not only does it cease to be a check, but it actually becomes a weapon you can deploy to assist the government against its opponents, in which case, why get rid of it? But if you can't effectively stack it, then you have to do something more serious. And because the court can strike out its own laws, it will keep striking out things. But Bjorn, your whole commentary assumes that the court is united and that it has a common desire to protect itself institutionally. And if the court is sufficiently stacked and split, then that won't be the case. And you could see an instance where there's enough judges in there whose mission is to erode the institution, as happened with the KPK, for that dynamic not to work anymore.
Thanks. Pastor Maya?
This is the gloomy session.
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Patari. There is indeed a concern of CSOs because of the spyware and everything. Amnesty International actually just launched a report where the Indonesian police procured a sophisticated spyware from Israel and Luxembourg, which we don't know what they will use that for what. We did ask, but the answer is informasi yang dikecualikan, or it's an exception information, so we can't tell you what it's for. I also have a personal experience actually, like a police officer knowing my number and contacting me, asking about stuff. But the problem is, I think, when we ask the government for accountability, that's the problem with the situation right now. They cannot provide any answers or do not want to provide any answers to us. Even though like CSO says trying so hard to meet the government, and the concession made was really, really little in Jokowi's term. So that's still a problem among civil society right now. But that is indeed a concern, especially with the RUU PDP. The protection of data, privacy data is also still quite problematic. And to answer Bu Saraya's question, that is indeed the question that we ask all of us, like what will Prabowo do and what is his view about civil society. But I personally think that his change will not change that much. He will still see us as the narrative for foreign and national activists, just a very old narrative that Prabowo has. But I think civil society support is very important. When there's something going on with CSOs, if we solidarity and the civil society supporting each other, because I think Prabowo also wants stabilities more than others. So in like what happened with 2024 protest kawal putusan MK, for example, because of the high mobilization, they do not, Prabowo eventually like step up and made concession. Not really Jokowi's doing actually, it's just Prabowo. So I think my short answer is, I don't know what Prabowo will do. We're not still sure yet, but I think civil society support with each other is very important. Ed, do you want to add something?
Thank you. We've got one online question, and we'll get, yes, the gentleman in the brown jumper, up the back, Geeta, and Maidina. Thank you. Can I get the online question first?
All right. Out of over 180 participants on Zoom, I have a couple of short good questions. First one is from Richard Bonso from Singapore to Simon and Tim. He asks, overall, is the Indonesian judicial system better or worse than during the New Order? The second question from Fauziah Mayangsari. What are the differences in the composition of student activists and forms of protest between contemporary students today and movements from during the New Order period? Can generational differences be observed in today's civil society? Thank you.
Thank you. And then, yes, please.
Yeah, Zulfan Tajuddin, Western Sydney University. My question is for Pak Laode. First of all, thank you very much, Pak, for your presentations. You started with, your title is The Dark Legacy, and you ended your presentations with a hope for the incoming President Prabowo. My question is, how genuine is your hope? How genuine is your hope?
So we do have 3 questions already, so we might get those 3 answered and then come to Geeta and Maidina. Can we get the mic up? Oh, yeah. So just one moment, Maidina. Please, our speakers, the online questions perhaps?
Well, obviously the court system is still in a better condition than under the Order because there is a constitutional court that can review laws, and there wasn't one under the new order, and that was a dramatic innovation in the Indonesian judicial system and fundamental to a democratic model. There's a corruption court which functioned well, doesn't function so well now, but at least there is one. And the general courts, I'd say, are very much the same position that they were, in fact, under Suharto. They do cases faster, more efficiently, they have better online interaction, but the courts remain corrupt and often incompetent. So, I think there is a clear trajectory back towards the model of the new order. The general courts are just as bad. You've got a couple of special courts that are... Sorry, just in the general courts, you know, because the corruption's there, the fact that you're more efficient and faster is not necessarily a good thing if you're just faster and more efficient at making bad decisions. And if the other courts, the corruption courts' current trajectory of decline continues, then that is actually a reverse position. A bad corruption court might be better than no corruption, might be worse than no corruption court. And the situation in the Constitutional Court remains to be seen. And on that one, I'm not optimistic really about the power of civil society to defend the Constitutional Court, because I accept the analysis that civil society can change government positions when it gets traction with members of the elite. And I don't think there are any members of the elite who would like to keep an obstructionist independent Constitutional Court in place. So I think civil society efforts will be hampered by that.
In my new book called Judicial Dysfunction in Indonesia, plug, I try and look at what it means to assess judicial performance in Indonesia. So how can we measure whether a court has got better or worse, or whether reform has worked or not? And I was taken to read, perhaps inadvisedly, all of the Supreme Court's annual reports, in which it specifies how many cases it's heard, what its efficiency rate is, you know, how many cases have come in compared to how many cases have been decided from year to year. And it struck me that, like what Tim just said, you know, we've got an emphasis now on efficiency, on speed, but we've still got 20-odd thousand cases coming before less than 50 judges every year. And I can't remember the precise calculations, but it's something like 3 cases per judge per day that needs to be decided. And you just can't properly decide a case in a couple of hours. You know, they've got, yeah, that's right, you know, massive case files that they should be getting through in order to properly judge. Like, that, you just can't do it. But every year, the president turns up at the announcement of the annual report of the Supreme Court and says, "Oh, well done, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, for getting all these cases decided," and pointing to the old order when one of the main complaints was the judicial backlog. So the Supreme Court can say, "Oh, we're doing really well on the performance measures that are in fact internationally recognised, because there are problems with judging judges from the perspective of judicial independence and things like that." So there, you know, all of the major kind of bodies that engage in judicial performance assessment generally agree that you should only look at these types of statistics. The Supreme Court can point to them and say, "We've been very successful," and then Jokowi has come up, as did SBY before him, and say, "Well, thank you, Chief Justice, for, you know, providing all this justice for the people. It's fantastic." So when you look at it from that frame, or through that frame of what is judicial performance, there's not really much hope in the near future. And Tim mentioned corruption. I mean, that just seems to be as bad as ever. When Pak Laode was commissioner, or, you know, around his term, there was a focus on judicial corruption, and about 30 judges were convicted in open trials, which is quite interesting. Again, in my new book, and some of the brazen conduct of judges is truly remarkable. Anyway, but I'll leave it there. But we had a problem under the Orba of judicial interference in government. That's the one. Government interference in judiciary and major corruption. Now it seems like we're coming round full circle, at least when it comes to the Constitutional Court.
I will answer the questions from online. What the differences between student activists today and the past? What's still the same is they still believe that they have to do something. They have a moral burden when the country is in crisis or in needs of something. But the difference is the contemporary student activists were shaped by the democratic situation in which they grow up. That makes them believe like they are the policy actors, so that's why they engage with the state by producing analytical papers and they criticizing the policy. And I think one of the differences is also because right now we do not have one enemy, just like in Suharto era. Of course, at that time they opposed the system, but right now they oppose some of the problematic policies. That also shaped by the democratic situation in which they grew up. Because when I talked to student activists, they didn't realize that the democratic country can do repression at such a large scale. They didn't expect all of that. So that's why I think the differences is they are now seeing themselves as a policy actors instead of like outrightly opposing the system, such as like turunkan Jokowi or something like that.
Thank you very much. How genuine is my hope. To tell you the truth. Yeah, to tell you the truth. It's my hope is sincere, ikhlas. My hope is actually pure, suci. My hope is actually doa, it is a prayer. Why? Because I've been doing in my study, I study environmental law. Can you see any good improvement of the environment? I don't really think so. In Australia, in Indonesia, in every part of the world. But can you imagine if no one actually studied environmental law? My side job, it is actually anti-corruption. Have you seen like Indonesia turn out to become Norway in 10 years? Of course not. But can you imagine actually if there is no hope in Indonesia to make it better? I don't think it is actually a noble call to protect the environment and to fight for corruption eradications. And I do believe in the genuine hope in many Indonesian, especially students of Indonesia. If we never believe that actually we can actually turn around the decision of, actually stopping the discussion of a new law like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I think it came from a genuine hope of people. So I hope I share the same hope as you are. Lastly, the congregations of the Jama'ah of anti-corruption, it is very, very small. It is just like morning prayers in the mosque, like Sambalat Subuh. It is just like one line. Or it is, if you actually compare to the congregation of Christians, it is just like a church in Monday. There's not many people in there. So if we can actually expand the congregation of anti-corruption to become like a Friday prayer or Sunday morning prayers, I think we will have a hope. Bismillah. Inshallah.
Thank you, Pak Laode. So we have Madina has the microphone, and then after that, I'll get one over this side as well. We've got a mic here. Ibu? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask to Mbak Maya, but I want to get the perspective from all the panelists. My question is, with the absence of the opposition, is it still relevant for the civil society organization to have the strategy to engage to directly engage and have the direct lobby to the state institution to initiate the judicial reform to prevent the ineffective patchwork and how to enable it? Thank you.
Thanks, Madina. Ibu?
Thank you. My name is Melanie from Institut Pertanian Bogor. I have a question for Simon and Tim. The Mahkamah Keluarga scandal over the decision number 90 really makes us as Indonesian citizens frustrating. How come did this decision, constitutional decision based on serious ethic breach still being enforced, still berkekuatan hukum tetap? what is the common legal practice in civilized countries, in other civilized countries. And I also really need to say this, Pak Laode, you rock, so thank you for your service.
Thank you. And the microphone. Excuse me, can we get the microphone to Gita in the middle there, please? Thanks. While we're just waiting for the mic to reach Gita, I'd like to, this will be our last round of questions, but please stay in your seats at the end of the session because we have our closing, our final keynote address at the end of this session, so please don't leave. Gita.
Yes, thank you. My question is to all panels. So if the constitutional amendment indeed take place, which specific institution you all think would have the capacity to fight back the way MK did 2 weeks ago and the way KPK did back in 2019? Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 5 minutes, guys.
Okay, so decisions of the Constitutional Court, first instance and final, they are binding. No institution can change them. The only way in which a Constitutional Court decision can be altered is if the same issue comes before the court again, but with a different argument being put. So the court cannot reverse its own decision previously made unless a different argument arises that it hasn't considered, and it can, on the basis of that different argument, reverse the earlier decision. So in other words, once that decision is made, it is fixed and can't be altered. And therefore, the Ethics Council of the Constitutional Court, whilst it has powers to reprimand or dismiss, it has no power to alter a decision, no matter what its findings are of impropriety in the course of making that decision. So, and the question of Decision 90 has come back to the court, the issue before it, and the court has not found a reason to alter its position. So there's nothing that can be done to change that decision once it's in place. It's in place from that time forward. And in relation, I'll leave that.
So there are two categories of decisions that have come subsequently. One is the same application, essentially arguing that the age limit should be subject to an exception. The 40-year age limit should be, and the court says we've already decided this. Don't need to go there. We've already made the decision. And then there were decisions made in response to the Ethics Council decision. So a couple of applicants have argued that the Ethics Council decision should be used as a basis for the MCAT to reverse its decision or at least reconsider it, and the court says no. Yeah. Just one point, I know it's probably the last chance I get. The Decision 90 itself is pretty interesting, so I've spent quite a long time reading it, so you don't have to. So there are, yeah, that's right. So 9 judges on the court, 4 judges dissent. I think it's probably the most complex decision of the Constitutional Court's history. 4 judges dissent. There are 4 separate dissenting judgments. The decision that is conveyed as the decision of the court, which has been followed subsequently, was really only made by 3 judges because there were 2 concurring decisions. So concurring decisions are decisions that support the finding of the majority of the court, but give different reasons. But the wrinkle that I mentioned in my presentation is that the 3 judges that decided the case together, they said, well, 40 years except for people who have held elected office. But both the dissenting judges said, well, we prefer it to be we would prefer the exception to be 40 years unless experience working as a governor. Gibran has not got that experience. So in this case, we seem to have a majority of 3 judges on a 9-judge court making the decision that favours Gibran, and then the court just following that decision, even though there's no majority support for that decision in the court itself. Yet it was taken by the court and the public, the KPU, etc., as indicating that result. So it's quite a strange and difficult decision.
We've got 1 minute left.
The court has since confirmed that view, that interpretation, that it applies to the mayor, even though that's not actually what the judgment said.
To answer my Dina question, my short answer is I think there's a chance, although like just a little, probably. Right now we don't have almost no opposition anyway, and we can still do anything what we do. And I think if there's no opposition, like what Eve and Sana said yesterday, like civil society support is still important. So I think it also answers Mbak Gita question, like my short answer is actually civil society, Mbak. We can only have each other, I think.
Yes, I think my last closing, I would say that we now actually have the selection of 20 commissioners of the KPK. It is already announced. And hopefully the government and DPR actually choose the best among the 20. And hopefully also those new leadership in KPK can work hand in hand with Prabowo to combat corruption in Indonesia. There's a hope.
Thank you. We're out of time. Sorry, Tim. I think the short answer was civil society, yeah. Thank you, everybody. Please stay in your seats. I'd like to invite Julian Barbara, Director of the Coral Bell School of Asia-Pacific Affairs, to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. My name's Julian Barbara. I'm the Director of the Coral Bell School of Asia Pacific Affairs here at the ANU. It's a real privilege to be able to invite our final speaker who will be delivering the keynote address. Dr. Rizal Sukma is probably very well known to most of you here. Suffice to say, he has had a very distinguished career over many years, contributing to foreign policy discussions about Southeast Asia and Indonesia. He is a senior fellow at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies in Jakarta. He has recently been the Indonesian ambassador to the United Kingdom, Ireland and the International Maritime Organisation. He has written extensively on a very broad range of issues, including Southeast Asian security, ASEAN, Indonesia's defence and foreign policy, military reform, Islam and politics, and domestic political changes in Indonesia. So without further ado, I would very much like to welcome Dr. Sukma to give his address. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. I'm standing here depressed for two reasons. The first one is the last sessions. The second one is actually I'm standing between you and lunch. That's actually quite depressing. Anyway, first I would like to thank the Indonesia Project and especially Eve and Sana. I still remembered that was on the 16th of February that I received the invitation from both of them during a dinner after we found out who would become the next Indonesia's president. And then of course I immediately say yes, so and here we are. Let me begin by saying that Indonesia's story is a story of a country that always keeps changing in order to stay the same. Indonesia's story is a story of a country that really try very hard to change, and the more it changed, the more it became familiar. So I think the last 2 days of conversations really reflect that. So we were brought back to those features of Indonesia that many of us, especially those both 50 years old, quite familiar with, and that is, I think, a recurring theme in Indonesia, and also that is the story of Indonesia's foreign policy as well. So this is what I'm going to touch upon. Hopefully, Julian, within 15 minutes, so we can have more questions than expected. But remember, this is a session on reflection. So don't ask me too many questions about the outlook of the next government. First, of course, we all realize Jokowi inherited an Indonesia with rising international profile. Under Yudhoyono, he really sought to increase Indonesia's profile in the international arena, and then he became very active and participated in many multilateral institutions, and really, paint a very clear picture. Indonesia as a regional leader, Indonesia as a bridge builder, at the global level, and also, I think, two key reputation that he really tried to build. The first one, Indonesia as the third largest democracy, and Indonesia as a staunch, non-aligned country. These are the characteristics of Indonesia's foreign policy at the end of Yudhoyono's presidency. Then came Jokowi, of course. Jokowi started his presidency, and at that time, it was expected that he was set to continue the Yudhoyono's legacy. He had a lot of international meetings, is actually in the pipelines to attend to. The most famous one, of course, the APEC meeting in Beijing, and then the ASEAN summits and the G20 summits in Australia. So we, at that time, I was still on the team, and I remember, I think, Laode and Maya keep telling you that, we are responsible for, for Jokowi's rise back in 2014. So I feel that I'm being asked, to give the accountability speech here. We really, had this hope at the beginning that, Indonesia's foreign policy would continue to be very active. But of course, the perception that, actually persisted at that time, Jokowi was somebody who is really not interested in foreign policy, lack of international experience, and then inward looking, and so on and so on. So in fact, these are the perceptions that later on, of course, seen as a key factor why Indonesia, especially in the first term of Pak Jokowi, retreated from the international activism. So now I will elaborate a number of these arguments why I think this retreat in Indonesia's foreign policy took place in a moment. There is one thing that really bothers me at the beginning of Pak Jokowi's term. The descriptions of President Jokowi as somebody who has no interest whatsoever in foreign policy. I think that is not fair depiction. He is interested in foreign policy, but in a very particular form of foreign policy. So I'm very happy when I look at Marcus, nodding. Otherwise, I get more depressed. So that means he agrees with the assertion. There are 3 or 4, I think, features that we need to really understand in order to really understand why the retreat, the appearance of retreat, in foreign policy. Number one, Pak Jokowi has a very distinct view of foreign policy. In that context, he sees foreign policy is only a tool to pursue national interest. If you ask him, if you try to engage him to have a discussion on, say, dynamic equilibrium, this is the Marty Talagawa's concept, or balance of power, regional architecture, the hierarchy of powers, then he immediately menjahit. I think Marcus, would find him using, moving his leg all the time. That means get out of my sight. But you try to talk to him on key issues of how you can use diplomacy in order to advance economic interest, then he would lighten up, and then, you can engage, hours with him in order to really discuss the issue. So that's a very distinct view as a foreign policy as a tool for national interest. And that is not, I think, different from what Muhammad Hatta wrote in a speech in 1948, that foreign policy has to serve domestic national interests of Indonesia. Secondly, I think he has this preference for bilateral relationship and very impatient with the formalities of diplomacy. So he's not convinced that symmetry and the use of multilateral setting, for achieving whatever he wants to achieve. So that's why he prefers bilateral relationships and prefer bilateral meeting. Please remember that until today, he has never attended the UNGA and quite reluctant actually to attend multilateral forums that Indonesia president, especially President Yudhoyono, always attended. One case, I think that I need to refer to is the ASEM, the Asia-Europe Summit. And then at that time, in I think 2016, when we had discussion about ASEM, then he decided that he's not going, and then he asked Pak JK, to come. So that's, I think the second characteristic of Jokowi's understanding of foreign policy. The third one is really the primacy of the economic agenda, in diplomacy. He keeps telling the ambassadors, including myself at that time, that we need to be a salesman. We need to keep selling, whatever Indonesia produce, to all the host countries. And he made it very clear that the priority for Indonesia's diplomacy is what we call it TTP, trade, tourism, and pariwisata, or the investment. Sorry, the TTI. So these three actually indicators by which he would judge and evaluate any ambassadors. He threatened ambassadors all the time. If you don't increase number of trade, if you don't increase number of tourists coming to Indonesia, and then if you don't increase number of investment, coming to Indonesia, and then he's going to fire you. But never happened. In fact, he forgot. He left me in London for 5 years. Actually, I should have, gone home by 3 years. So economic diplomacy, that is really the key priority and the only priority. The fourth characteristic, non-economic issues, is basically relegated to the foreign ministry. So foreign ministry enjoyed, a lot of space to sustain a degree of activism on standard or conventional or foreign policy issues. Then you see that, they continue to do things that they like to do, like disarmament at the UN, and also the ASEAN and other conventional foreign policy agenda. And the second and the third features of Pak Jokowi's foreign policy view is actually the one that really led, to the appearance of retreat in Indonesia's foreign policy, because we are seen as abandoning the the leadership role in the ASEAN, then became inward-looking, self-centered, and transactional, in conducting foreign policy. And in fact, Pak Jokowi did, publicly, state that, unless, it bring economic benefit, then, why bother, having a relationship and then do this diplomacy with a particular country. And at that time, we basically still, had to clarify all those statements by saying that all foreign policy is quite important, that foreign policy is the ability to combine national interest on the one hand and the international obligation on the other. But Pak Jokowi is basically, would like to do 80% national interest, 20% the international obligations. Now, the second part, the return. This is part of, the more we change, the more, we look familiar. By the time he entered the second term, it appeared that Indonesia was intent, on raising the international profile again. And then some of you probably remembered, he traveled, to Moscow and then to Kiev, to Ukraine, met with Zelensky, met with Putin, and then also took a very active personal role, during the COVID periods, and then tried to engage the international organization, and so on. So within that, line of activism is quite clear that the trend already started in 2018, when Indonesia proposed the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. Remember that ASEAN finally managed to put forward its own perspective of the Indo-Pacific, the great rivalry between China and the US, and also Indonesia's diplomacy in order to get a seat as a non-permanent member of UN Security Council, both actually in 2018. So then we already begin to be active again, but that's the work of the foreign ministry. It's a conventional foreign policy agenda that I mentioned earlier. So, but I think three key challenges that we face in the second term that really lead to a more personal involvement of President Jokowi in foreign policy. Number one, of course, COVID. In 2020, Indonesia became very active in co-chairing the Gavi, the initiative to make sure that everybody outside the developed world also has access to vaccine. And Indonesia was the co-chair, Ibrahim was co-chair, and also he really pushed for a consular and citizen services, activities of the foreign ministry as important part of our foreign policy. And Ibu Retno has succeeded immensely, in trying to operationalize that order from Pak Jokowi. The second challenge that also drove him to be active in foreign policy is the Myanmar coup, on the 1st of February in 2021. That is actually led Pak Jokowi, to call for emergency summit, of ASEAN leaders, minus X, minus leaders of Myanmar. And the coup leader was invited to Jakarta, during which Indonesia managed to actually come up with the 5-point consensus that until today, regardless if it's effective or not, but still the basis for trying to resolve Myanmar problem. This is not very different from Pak Yudhoyono, when he also took a personal interest, in the Cambodia and Thailand disputes back in 2013, in order to resolve this tension regarding the temple at the time. So Pak Jokowi also took an active role in trying to push that ASEAN did have to pay attention to this problem in Myanmar. The third challenge is Russia's invasion, of Ukraine. This is, I think, the greatest challenge that Pak Jokowi ever faced, in foreign policy in 2022, especially because we were about to become the presidents of G20 at that time. And then, thankfully, he managed to really maneuver and then sought consensus is a very Japanese way, and then talk to everybody. And, we managed to at least really hold that G20 summits, and then even beyond expectation, managed to get the joint communique. So I think at that time, Pak Jokowi himself is really waiting and then checking, day-to-day basis, whether the negotiation really, succeeded in order to, in fact, a few days before the summit, everybody, expected no communique would be ever revealed. But, he did it. So that was one of the greatest, I think, achievement of Indonesia's diplomacy. But of course, there are limits, to what we achieve. For example, when we the chair of ASEAN, still Myanmar is a problem, and then the South China Sea actually is still an ongoing conflict. In fact, become more heightened, especially between China and the Philippines. So we are still not able to provide the solution to that. And in fact, we get into this great tradition of ASEAN. I give you the example why we're very good in this. Cambodia, when the chair of ASEAN, they came up with the agreement to accelerate the code of conduct on the South China Sea. When Indonesia had the chair, we managed to issue the guidelines on how to accelerate, the of the code of conduct. Anyway, just one more minute. This retreat and return to activism in Indonesia's foreign policy under Pak Jokowi come with two very difficult challenges, which I call the reputational cost. It brings, some cost to the reputation that Indonesia had. The focus on the domestic agenda, especially on the economic agenda, really created this perception that Indonesia no longer pay attention to democracy projection or democracy promotion activities in its foreign policy. Yes, the foreign ministry continued to support the Bali Democracy Forum and also try to project the image of Indonesia as a democracy, but I think the perception of democratic decline domestically really, affected the way we also perceive outside. I think from 2020 to now, not many people talk about Indonesia as a democracy at the international stage anymore. So this is the challenge, the first reputational cost that we are facing, and I think Prabowo need to address that. But it's really up to the next government on how they are going to deal with all these problems that we discussed over the last 2 days within the domestic context. The second reputational cost that we face because of the domestic economic agenda, then our relationship with China improved tremendously. It's really entered a new phase which we have not seen even during the Yudhoyono presidency. The investment, China became number 3 now, and then China is the largest trading partner of Indonesia. And then with that, of course, there have been a lot of discussion, at least among the foreign policy circles, that how that growing relationship with China might affect Indonesia's strategic autonomy, especially in dealing with regional issues. So these are the two, I think, challenges that we are facing, especially if we want to continue to keep this reputation as democracy and also as our standing as a staunch, non-aligned country in Southeast Asia. So I think I just stop there, and hopefully we can have more time to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We've got quite a bit of time for questions now, which is terrific. Same rules. Can we keep the questions one question apiece? Keep them short and focused, and I'll try and work the room. We might start over this side. Gentleman in the yellow jumper up the back. Gentleman in the middle. Anyone over this side?
Do I go? I'll just start. Hi, Daryl Manali. I'm an investment manager at Aspen Medical. We're going to be owning a couple of hospitals in Indonesia. My question is, what do you think is the legacy of the Jokowi administration in attracting Western-aligned development investment? So, I note projects like Whoosh with Chinese support under his administration, and you touched on the non-aligned movement and China's increasing role in Indonesian infrastructure development there. What would you say he leaves behind in attracting a counterbalancing Western investment flow of the same regard? Thanks. And thanks for the good talk.
But Jokowi is always say that he's open to all kind of investment. So it's basically only China was really ready to come in and then invest. Then I had this discussion with Marcus. When you ask this question directly to him, he would say it's not my fault. It's the fault of the Western countries who actually didn't come to Indonesia. So that's I think the intention. It's not only this is beyond Pak Jokowi. The intention and the willingness of all Indonesian leaders is, I would say, the same. How to create a balanced relationship with every major powers. So the question is really to what extent that can be implemented and then put into a reality. But at the end, of course, with China, I think the government support in China itself, to really encourage their SMEs or their corporate companies, to invest, help a lot. But with other countries, of course, it also relates to our ability to create, a better investment climate back home. So that's, I think, the major challenge that we face, so that we can really balance this, economic relationship with many major powers. So it's basically open to everyone. And I followed him in any business conference. That's exactly what he said. Please come, please come, please come. But of course, it's unique, I think, challenges for each companies, who really actually want to invest in Indonesia, regardless, which country that you come from, where the sources of investment, at the end, profit and the easiness, to make profit matters more, rather than, whether, we go to China or to Australia or to US.
Individual in the middle, and then someone in the middle had a question, but maybe you can ask yours.
Okay, thank you. Pak Sukma, thank you very much for your presentation. So what I'd like to ask, actually, what is the internal discussion in the foreign ministry regarding all the time when there is an international conference in Indonesia, the crackdown of civil society is hard. The last case is actually the water forum in Bali, which is amazing. So I involved in campaigning against the treatment of the international civil society and Indonesian civil society have a special forum outside the formal forums. Now my question is that why it's happening, and who's responsible to crack down all the event organized by civil society in any international forum in Indonesia. Thank you.
We might hear a question from over there, John, I think. And then can someone please get the man in the middle who's been waiting patiently a microphone as well?
Pak Rizal, me?
Yes.
Look, notwithstanding your comment that you're talking about the past administration rather than the future administration. Yeah. It would be very interesting, since you're here, to have your views on the likely projection on foreign policy of the next administration.
And then can we ask the question from the gentleman in the middle? And then...
So thank you, Pak Rizal. My name is Alvin. I'm a student of Master of Strategic Studies at ANU. So my question is regarding to Pak Prabowo's visit to some of countries like China, Australia, and some countries in Europe after his victory in the election. So my question is this a part of effort to repair Indonesia's international reputation, which has been declined under Pak Jokowi? Thank you.
I don't know whether the foreign ministry discussed, that particular issue, but I suspect I was in London already at that time. Actually, there is a picture that I really want to show, but it's okay in the PowerPoint. But no worries. I think the decision is made not at the foreign ministry. That is for sure. The foreign ministry was not really involved in the decision on how to really organize the international forum in Indonesia beyond the substance of on the agenda of those international forums. So it's more into the security, I think, agencies. But I'm quite sure the KEMLU is not involved. They didn't even decide on those kind of issues. So this is related to all the issues that I think we discussed in other panels before. It's the domestic political context that really matters, within that. And KEMLU has no say, if you like, if you will, on this particular issue. Pak John was my co-chair, in bringing Indonesia-Australia relationship into higher plane 7 years ago, Pak John. Anyway, if somebody yesterday talked about Pak Jokowi as infrastructure president, Prabowo will be a foreign policy president. And this is, I think, quite clear from very beginning, even during the campaign. That he really, I think, he really liked to play an international role much more even than Pak Yudhoyono, because he's very well equipped in all these tools. I think he speaks like English like a native, not even like native, better than native. So in many cases, some of diplomats in Jakarta, can give testimony on this one. This is, I think, I'll answer also within the context of Alvin's questions. I'm not sure whether this will, his visit to these countries that you mentioned, will repair the reputation that I mentioned, which is the reputation as a democracy and reputation as a staunch, the non-aligned country. But the number two probably. But I think what he is doing is actually to prepare the groundworks for the return of Indonesia into the international stage later on. That's a very clear number one. Number two, I think there is this desire to really create a more balanced kind of approach in Indonesia's foreign policy. It's very interesting to take note that he went to Beijing, but immediately after that stopped by in Tokyo, right? even though no, he has not gone to the US, probably waiting until the new president comes. But the first visit is very interesting. Beijing, Tokyo, and then Malaysia. Malaysia actually is not because bilateral ties is very close, but also because it symbolized the attention to ASEAN. Because at that time there was discussion, if he didn't stop in any ASEAN countries, then it might give wrong perception, wrong interpretation, from our ASEAN counterpart, our ASEAN friends. So at least stop. But last week or 2 weeks ago, he traveled to Laos, to Bangkok, to Brunei, and also to Malaysia and Singapore. So that also suggests that ASEAN will continue to be a very important in Prabowo's foreign policy. But I think, judging from his desire to really play that international statesman kind of role, so we will expect more, I think, engagement at that level, at the highest level, with China, with the US, with Japan, not sure about Europe, but probably with some European countries, but not with the EU. With the EU, I think, not only Prabowo, is the whole country has a problem with the EUDR, right? And also with the palm oil and so on. With Australia, I think it's a very good indications that the relationship, will be much better under Prabowo, especially after the signing of that DCA. So in fact, some people, I haven't seen, probably you've seen the agreement, but it's really opened up more opportunity to even strengthen the interoperability among the armed forces, and also for more joint operation, and also the agreement to operate from each other's soil. So that's, I think, something that is different from, well, the 1995 is basically dead, right? Agreement. The DCA in 1995 is dead. But this new defense cooperation agreement open even more opportunity for a closer and deeper relationship between the two countries.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm getting the wind up. We have heaps of questions to go, I can see, but I'm going to have to call it quits, unfortunately. Can we please thank Dr. Sukma, please, for a terrific... Can I ask you to stay in your chairs, please, for some closing remarks from the convener? I think Budy is, or is it Sana?
Thank you, Julian. So we've reached the end of the conference, and I would like to make a few remarks on behalf of my co-convener Eve and I to note a few things in conclusion. First, I would like to just take a moment to acknowledge what an honor it has been for me personally to contribute to the Indonesia Update, an institution that has been so critical, a component of my own education about Indonesia over the years. I first came to Indonesia in 2008 from a US education system. And I remember thinking how crazy it was that I had been, in all my years in college, I had learned nothing about Indonesia, this huge, gigantic, vibrant country. And as I began to struggle to understand the complex social, political, and economic history of Indonesia, I found myself relying on Indonesia Update books, and they became a really great source of reference for me to learn more about the country. And in putting together this year's conference agenda with Eve, our goal was to provide such a lasting reference that could chronicle Indonesia's experience under Jokowi's transformative presidency and also preserve it for future generations. Over the next few months, Eve and I will be putting together an edited volume based on the contributions from this year's conference speakers. So speakers, please keep an eye out for emails from Eve and I. Please read them before you delete them from your inboxes. Putting all this together was truly a team effort, and so a quick thanks from us. First and foremost, Eve and I would like to thank all the speakers who've traveled near and far to come here and contribute to the conference. It has been inspiring to hear from all the senior folks who have drawn on the depth and breadth of their experience to help us understand the current moment in Indonesia's politics. But it has also been a distinct pleasure to hear from young Indonesian scholars who've come here, presented their innovative and confident scholarship on Indonesia. So thank you all for coming here and sharing your work with us. Second, we would like to thank all those who've turned up to attend, both those who braved the chilly Canberra mornings to come here and hang out outside Coombs in person, and those who turned up to watch the online proceedings. We heard from the Indonesia project team that we had over 500 in-person registrations and over 1,200 Zoom registrations throughout the conference. So that's, we're thrilled to see the growing interest in the conference, and it really shows what a public good the Indonesia Update Conference really is. Third, even I would like to thank our colleagues in the Department of Political and Social Change and those in the Coral Bell School for their help, advice, and support. And finally, we are deeply grateful to the Indonesia project team, Pa Budy, Pa Acho, Catherine, Firman, and Catherine's team of staff and volunteers. Thank you for trusting us to lead the update and for providing us with the support to make it a success. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Budy Resosudarmo. I'm currently the head of Indonesia project. Please join me to thank Sana and Eve for their excellent work. And also on behalf of the project, I would like to thank all speakers in this update. You guys really increased the standard bar of the update, which is very high. Thanks you for those things. Please join me. And we from the Indonesia project, we hope that the book will come up in a proper time next year, because next year is a special year for the Indonesia project. We will be celebrating our 60 years of anniversary. So the project was founded in 1965. And although we have been 60 years, but if you look at Sana, Eve, Pak Arianto, Firman, Eva Nisa, Ellie, you can see that ANU Academic will keep strong and moving forward very strong. So we are confident that 60 years is not a limit for us. Before I ended this conference, I would like to invite the convener of the next year update, who will give a little bit of what the update will be next year. Dayu.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dayu Resosudarmo. I'm from the Convenors School of Environment and Society with the ANU. And next year, Pak Budy and I will co-convene at the next update. So in next year's update, we will examine how Indonesia is navigating climate change, including from the perspectives of justice and gender. We will look at mitigation, adaptation, and how they may affect society and growth. We will have sessions on global perspectives of climate change and Indonesia's commitments and the politics and governance of climate change. Topics will also include climate finance, carbon trading, forest and land use change, blue carbon, and rural and urban community adaptation, and also renewable energy and resources and their governance framework. So do put it on your calendar and see you there.
Thank you. So with that, I will close this year update, and thank you very much for all of you who come, your willingness to come to this update, and hope to see you next year. Oh yeah, and speaker, there's an announcement, there will be a picture together. So for speaker and convener and chair, please stay for a while. Thank you.